And we are live.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening and welcome to the September 28th, I believe is the date today, 2022 Planning Commission regular meeting. It is now 6:03 p.m. and the Planning Commission is now in session. My name is Daniel Hubble. I am the Planning Commission Chair, and tonight's virtual Planning Commission meeting is being brought to you using video conference technology provided by Zoom. The Zoom video of this meeting is being broadcast live and will also be uploaded to the city's YouTube channel at the conclusion of the meeting. Deputy CPD Director Allison Van Gorp and other staff members are also participating in tonight's meeting remotely. There may be public audience, members of the public listening to the meeting by telephone or using Zoom as well. So thank you all and welcome. And thank you for joining us tonight. Our first item to do here will be to call the roll. Our admin coordinator, Deb Estrada, will be conducting the roll. So if you could please have your microphones unmuted as she calls your name.
Thank you, Chair. And I will start with begging your forgiveness if I mispronounce your names this time around, but commit that I will have them correct next month. So we have Chair Daniel Hubble.
Present.
Vice Chair Michael Murphy.
Present.
Commissioner Kate Accuse.
Present.
Commissioner Carolyn Boatsman.
Present.
Commissioner Michael Curry.
Present.
Commissioner Victor Rachis.
Here.
And Commissioner Adam
Ragheb. Present.
Ragheb. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if it was a long A or a short A. Everyone is present.
Thank you very much, Deb. As I mentioned before, for this meeting, we will continue to utilize the Zoom platform. Hopefully in the near future, we're going to be back at least in person in a hybrid form. As always, I will do my best to recognize you in the order in which hands are raised. I have all of you up on my left-hand screen, so feel free to use the electronic hand raise. That's probably the easiest, but if you're trying to get my attention, you can also do one of these and try to get my attention. After which point I will recognize you to the best of my ability and allow you to ask your questions. The next item on the agenda will be public appearances. This is the time for members of the public to speak to the commission about issues of concern. If you wish to speak, you would have to have registered ahead of time. I will mention that we have a public hearing on the agenda this evening related to comprehensive plan amendment, CPA 22-001. If you have comments related to that, we will ask that you refrain from those comments until the public hearing. With that, do we have, Deb, any members of the public looking to make an appearance?
Chair, thank you. As of the time of 6:07, I have not received any requests to speak. However, I don't believe I was the original contact for the public hearing, so perhaps Deputy Director Allison can speak to that.
We have not received any requests to speak.
So
Great.
noted. Thank you.
And to be clear, that's for the public appearances. So hearing that we have no appearances this evening, we will then move to item number 1, which is related to the public hearing. This is related to CPA 22-001, a comprehensive plan amendment. And again, do we have anyone who is registered for comments during this?
The answer from me is the same. Again, I will defer to Deputy Director Allison Van Gorp.
And again, we do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, I think there's some official language here that I will go ahead and state for the record that the public hearing for CPA 22-001 is now open as of 6:08. I have been informed that there is no one present to speak to that public hearing. And given that there is no further testimony, the public portion of the hearing will now be closed at 6:08 p.m. Thank you very much. And the public hearing is now closed. Great. With that, item number 2 is to approve the minutes of the meeting of July the 27th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
I heard Carolyn first, so it's been moved by Carolyn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Victor. Approved by Carolyn, seconded by Victor Ashish. Are there any comments, corrections, or updates that need to be brought in front of the group? Okay. Hearing no changes to the minutes of the meeting of July the 27th. We will go ahead and take a vote. Deb, if you would like to just take a roll call vote approving the minutes of July the 27th.
Thank you. Chair Hubble,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Eckes,
Yes.
Commissioner Boatsman,
You're on mute, Carolyn.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry,
Yes.
Commissioner Ashish,
Yay.
and Commissioner Regeb.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The minutes have passed 7-0. With that, we will move to item number 3, which will be related to our public hearing CPA 22-001, related to a comprehensive plan amendment. CPD Director Jeff, are you leading us through this discussion this evening?
Correct.
Great. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Chair. For the record, Jeff Thomas, Interim CPD Director. It's nice to see those of you again that I haven't seen here in a while, and for the couple of commissioners I have yet to meet yet directly, welcome to the Planning Commission. I understand you've already had a couple meetings in, so you're crafty veterans at this point of the process. With that, I'm going to try and be as succinct as possible with this item. It is extremely riveting in nature, which was probably reflected in the turnout for the public hearing. But I also want to reintroduce Sarah Bluvis. Sarah is our former economic development coordinator with the department. She is now working in public works as a capital projects manager, but is still lingering on a few items, helping out CPD here through the end of the year as we look to wrap a few things up. This effort with town center code amendments and the subsequent comp plan amendment we're going to discuss tonight is one of them. Sarah, do you want to advance to the next slide, please? Thank you. For the benefit of our relatively new 3 planning commissioners, I thought I would just take a moment to provide a little bit of background as to how we got here tonight. In June of 2020, the City Council enacted a partial town center moratorium on major new construction. And that was the beginning of essentially a 2-year process, which culminated in June of 2022, as reflected here on this slide, where the city went through some analytical work and then lots of public discussion and meetings with both the Planning Commission and the City Council related to some code amendments that would help the city exit the partial town center moratorium that had been, again, enacted in June of 2020. The town center code amendments that were being discussed through this period of time related to ground floor commercial, where it's required, how much should be required, whether there should be some regulations put in place around that, and how it can be preserved or where it can be preserved as well. So there were a number of iterations in all of those little subsections that I just stepped through, and but it culminated with the adoption of Ordinance 22C-09 by the City Council again in June of this year. And one of the key components to the amendments was actually some revisions to an existing figure that was already in the code. And it was commonly referred to through this 2-year process as the pink line map. And Sarah, do you want to forward 2 slides real quick for me? Thank you. It's essentially this figure that was in the town center code requirements as, I believe, figure 2. And we can go backwards now. Thank you. That pink line map, what it does is it's the where. It's where, when major new construction is occurring, where is that ground floor commercial required on our street frontages in the Mercer Island Town Center. So what happened was the ordinance has been adopted, and it the City Council, in its wisdom, recognizing that we will need to take a look at the comprehensive plan, because the same map actually appears in the current comprehensive plan as well. And for consistency's sake, we can't have a map, a figure in the comprehensive plan saying one thing, and then in the city's development regulations having a version of that same figure saying something else. So we've got a consistency issue there. So the City Council, in adopting Ordinance 22C-09, set an effective date for those new regulations of December 1st of this year. And that intent was very specific to allow and direct staff and allow staff to initiate a comprehensive plan amendment, to go back and propose to remove that pink line map from the comprehensive plan. Okay, next slide, please. When we're looking at amending the comprehensive plan, there's some criteria that are outlined in the city code that need to be considered. So this is straight from the code, MICC 1915-230 sub F. And I'm not going to go through each one of these, but you can see basically it's taking a look at consistency with the Growth Management Act and other applicable policies. And then there's some site-specific considerations as well in number 2. So what we're looking at here tonight, because this map applies to a broader area than just a specific property, the entire town center, item 1 comes into play, and specifically 1B, which is looking at the amendment addressing changing circumstances of the city. Okay, next slide, please. Again, this is the map we flipped to a moment ago. So it's figure 2 in the code regulations. In the comprehensive plan land use element, it's referred to as figure TC1. And then it's also referred to in, I believe, goal 4.2. So the proposal in front of you this evening is to remove this figure, TC1, from the land use element of the existing comprehensive plan, and then to also remove the reference to figure TC1 in existing goal 4.2. And next slide, please. So I touched on this a moment ago. I think I've covered all this, but we'll get down to the bottom bullet. The recommendation from staff is that the ordinance that was adopted in June, 22C-09, is reflective of changing circumstances in the city. So for consistency purposes, the recommendation to the Planning Commission from staff here this evening is to remove the figure and the reference in goal 4.2, which will eliminate any potential for inconsistency between the comprehensive plan and the new regulations that will be become part of Mercer Island Municipal Code 1911 on December 1st, 2022. And next slide. Oh, that was it.
Yeah, last slide.
That was the last slide. So, Chair, that concludes the staff presentation on this matter, and I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Jeff. For the group, I believe the plan this evening, the request here would be to move forward a motion related to the proposed change. But before we get to the action portion of this, I'll open the floor for clarifying questions for the staff, if there are any. And then we will move to getting a motion on the floor, and then we can have any discussion beyond that. So are there any questions for clarifications from the staff at all? I am not. Oh, Victor, I'm sorry. I see your hand there, but it's like white and I can barely see it. So go ahead.
Sorry about that. So just, I understand the justification for the change. I'm just actually wondering, I thought that we were going to make all adjustments to the comprehensive plan and all clean up at some future time. What's the specific reason for making this change here? And why not just lump it in with all the other changes we're going to make when we clean up the comp plan?
That's actually an excellent question. And the reason for bringing this change forward at this moment in time, again, is to beat that December 1st, 2022 effective date of the new regulations that were adopted by the City Council in June. You're absolutely correct, though, with the periodic update of the comprehensive plan, which you're going to be tackling a couple of those elements in the comprehensive plan tonight, I believe, looking at the broader updates of the entire plan. It's situational, Commissioner, where there may be some things of, I don't want to say lesser significance, but not of the timeliness isn't critical, perhaps, where we may just say, hey, that'd be a great item to fold into the periodic update. With the nature of the effective date of the ordinance and the sensitive timing and making sure that our comprehensive plan and development regulations are consistent, that is what pressed this matter forward as opposed to folding it into the periodic update.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, I believe there is is there a proposed, trying to see if there was, did you have a proposed motion in the packet? Either way, is there a motion to approve the CPA 22-001 as has been presented?
I will make that motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Boatsman. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Vice Chair Murphy. Anybody have any comments or commentary around making the change? Discussion? No. Excuse me. I'll just make the statement that we encounter, well, first we spent a lot of time on the proposal that's necessitating this change related to all the retail frontage. So for those of you that were on the commission as we went through that, thank you. There is a bit of an administrative piece to this specific action related to that. We encountered a similar issue when it came to the zoning changes that had been proposed as a part of the housing element updates related to the JCC and some other things. So it's not the first time that we've had to look at doing stuff sort of out of band with main comp plan updates. But so with that, it doesn't sound like there's any other discussion. If I could call Deb, if you could please call a roll call vote.
Thank you, sir. Chair Hubble,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Kate, could you
Accused.
pronounce your last name for me?
Accused.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm very conscientious of those things, so thank you.
Thoughtful. Thank you.
Commissioner Boatsman
Yes.
and Commissioner Rishies,
Aye.
Commissioner Curry,
Yes.
and Commissioner Righeb.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. The
Here.
comp plan amendment has passed 7-0. Thank you very much, Jeff. And hopefully this allows the council to move forward with the adoption of the ordinance as they proposed. Great. Thank you very much for that, everyone. Item number 4, let's move to the first element in the comprehensive plan update. This is the transportation element. It's the second time that we have come forward with this, and I believe the version that we all received as a part of our packet included a number of updates and revisions based on commentary and feedback both from the public and from a number of you. Allison, are you leading us through this evening?
Well, I'll introduce our consultant, Michael Lapham from KPG, who will be leading us through this tonight. KPG has been handling the lion's share of the work on the transportation element. And so, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me here tonight. We've got comments like the commissioner mentioned on the transportation element, and want to walk through the comments and how we incorporated them into the transportation element. I encourage you all, I'll share on my screen here in just a little bit the transportation element with the track changes version. But if you all have either on another screen or on a hard copy, the comments themselves, that might be a nice efficient way to go through them, having both of those at your accessibility. Yeah, yes, please.
Go ahead, Carolyn.
I just want to mention that I have some comments which I have brought to the meeting. I've sent them to Allison and Adam a short time ago. So do you plan on just going through the whole document, or do you want to just take, let me know what would be convenient for you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so maybe stepping back just a little bit. Yeah, we can definitely,
Sorry,
hear your
Michael.
comment. Oh, go ahead, please.
Sorry. Kate, did you have a question or comment before we get started?
Yeah, I had a comment. I wasn't able to make the August meeting, but I had submitted comments earlier on the transportation element, and it looks like they were not rolled into the element. I shared those again with Allison via email today. So probably similar to Carolyn, just wondering what the process is on making sure those get in. Thanks.
Yeah,
Allison?
either Michael or Allison, I don't know if you're on. I believe this is all in preparation for us coming back with another version that will be the version that will move towards a public hearing. So there's plenty of opportunity to bring all those additional comments and make sure that they're rolled in. I think the question for this evening for either Michael or Allison will be, do we want the two members of the commission to go through the commentary so that everyone can hear it, or should we just have you guys incorporate that feedback in the background?
Well, let's see. So I did receive a couple of additional comments from Carolyn and Kate, kind of just as the meeting was about to start. So I can forward those around here at some point. I think it probably would make sense to put them on the table for consideration tonight. And then kind of depending on where we're at in the discussion and how the time is flowing this evening, we can make a call as to whether it makes sense to make a decision on everything tonight, or if you'd like to direct staff to go do some additional work and bring back an updated draft at the October meeting for further review. I think, prior to receiving these additional comments, we were thinking that perhaps we could finish the review of this element tonight, given that, we had a smaller set of amendments to go through, and it seemed like it would be fairly straightforward to get through them in one reading tonight. I haven't looked at what Carolyn and Kate sent over. I just received it as the meeting was starting. So I think just depending on how that feels, once we all take a look at it now, we can make a call on whether we need more time or if we can settle things as we go.
Allison, maybe, so we've kind of prepared to respond to the original comments. It might be good to have some time to think them through and get more formal responses than just trying to react to them on the fly. I don't know, we can go either way, but that's my initial recommendation, is to take some time and to process them and think how we want to incorporate them.
Kate,
Yeah,
did
I
you
think that would be fine.
My mute doesn't like to,
There you go,
it's
you're
very
good.
sensitive mute trigger button. My comments are not new. They have actually been heard by the council before, and I think they were agreed to potentially be added to the scope. So just, they're very short, they're 2 sentences. So I don't think it would be a tremendous amount of trouble to at least have a first reading of them. There's no narrative, it's just 2 sentences for mine anyway. Thanks.
Yeah, that's okay. I wasn't sure of the magnitude. That sounds totally reasonable.
Carolyn, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I would like to go through these tonight. They're pretty straightforward. I've got strike out, underline language. It's not nebulous. It's just, specific words here and there. I just think it would be helpful to the process to get these moving. They're not very lengthy and not very complicated. So I think it'd be great to go through them. And kind of the way we've done things in the past, we can bring comments to a meeting. But I understand if you don't wish to, deal with them and want to look at each one with more scrutiny, that's fine.
It sounds like they're both just a couple of comments. I think that's totally, let's totally go into them. That sounds fine.
So why don't I suggest this, Michael, why don't you go through what you were prepared to present that's in the draft? And then once we complete that, Carolyn and Kate, we'll go back and you guys can present the suggestions to add on top of those, if that's okay. And then and then that way everyone on the commission will have heard that, and then we can look at how all or any of those get rolled into the draft as it moves forward. So does that sound good to both of you?
Yes.
Great. Awesome. Thanks. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah. So again, thanks for having me here tonight. This update is kind of a lighter update. We're focusing on, changes that have occurred since the comprehensive plan was updated in 2018, future projects that have changed or are new. And then lastly, incorporating the King County countywide planning policies that have been adopted since the last time the comprehensive plan was updated. I'm going to share my screen, and again, the screen sharing will be on the transportation element itself. And then if you have at your disposal, either on another screen or hard copy, recommend having the comment sheet and the responses open or in front of you there. So can everybody see the transportation element here? Great. So we've got some color coding going on here tonight. What you see in the purple with track changes is the original edits that we made to the transportation element to kind of bring it up to speed moving forward the last 4 years. And then what we'll also see here that we want to focus on tonight, we'll see in blue, identified places where we got a comment. And then sometimes you'll see a change in the text resulting from the comment. So I'm going to kind of skip forward to the, yeah, go ahead, please.
Just an odd request maybe for the future. I have issues with colors like blue and purple. Is it possible to pick more different colors for the future.
Yes, that's a great comment. And
Much appreciated.
my original version was green and something else, but when you open Word, I think it got changed. Different people's things highlight in different colors. And you're right, these are not the ideal blue and purple, and I apologize.
No worries.
That
No
different
worries.
computers have default color selections, and this is kind of what it ended up with. But I'll try to be clear and maybe follow my cursor as far as hovering in on what we're talking about here. But I'm just going to kind of skip the text and just kind of go seek out the comments one at a time and just walk through them. The first one we got here, and sometimes it might say page 2, but when we've added additional track changes, sometimes it gets moved to the next page. So it might be a comment on page 20 that may now be showing up on 21 or something like that. So just to be aware. There's a couple comments related to this. And again, this is, we're obviously in mid 2022, but by the time this gets adopted and published, it's going to be early 2024. So there's some references to the light rail station. And there's a comment about it not being open yet. Well, we want to have this be, we want this thing to last for years and be appropriate. So we went ahead and are describing the light rail station as being opened. It was originally scheduled for 2023. My understanding is it slipped about a year, but it's still expected to be online about when the comprehensive plan is going to be adopted. So we want to still keep the language that it's open, which is what the schedule is still looking like to occur. And definitely, I want this to be less of a presentation format. So if people have comments or questions on something, please go ahead and jump right in, and we can just kind of, work through this as more of a workshop format than a presentation. But with that, I will kind of go through the comments pretty quick just to get us through this tonight. The comments 2 and 3 are pretty similar. They're regarding documenting some of the data and labeling. And, big picture for the transportation element, we've got a couple pages of introduction up front. We want to kind of keep these kind of high level, and just to get the reader, get them the highlights of what's out there. And as we get in the farther back parts, we'll get in a little more of the details. We think is an effective way to communicate the information. We, for the most part, unless we want to get into it, we definitely recognize the second and third comments, and we actually made some minor revisions back in the existing part related to those. But up front here, we wanted to kind of keep it pretty high level. We do reference like the planning year 2024 or 2044, which is what PSRC is looking at. But for the most part, we didn't want to dive into the weeds right off the first 2 pages. So if that's okay, we didn't incorporate these for the most part, except for later on. Okay, moving forward.
You have 2 questions.
Yes. Yeah. Again, I can't always see, or just go ahead and please jump in.
Yep. Sorry about that, guys. It's off the side of my screen there.
No
So
problem.
we'll start with you, Victor, and then Carolyn.
Yeah. So just going back to the discussion about light rail station not being open, I understand that this may be published and the light rail station might be open by then. I guess my question is, what if it's not? Given that we've already had one slip, and maybe we should consider putting in language that says it is planned to be open by whatever the date is, rather than pretending that it is, or assuming that it is open.
Yeah, that's a good comment. We do have some time in play here. How about this? That we're a year and a half out from.
Yep.
Why don't we kind of keep tracking the project? And if it does seem like that may continue to be an issue where this is going to be adopted and there's another delay or something, we could go that route. But I think we still have some time before, rather than make that change right now when it very well may be open. Is that okay to kind of monitor that?
That's fine, as long as we have that flexibility.
Okay, and I think we do. That's a pretty minor, it's not a substantive change, it's just more of a timing.
Carolyn, did you also have a question?
Yeah, Michael, I don't have a second screen. I don't have a printed copy of what we're looking at here. So I'm finding myself not really knowing what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could kind of fold that in a little bit, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I will try to, Allison, is it possible to email the comments, or I will try to summarize them, and maybe if they're really detail specific, I can read them verbatim. But basically the first comment was about light rail, and the second two were about providing additional data details that I think regarding to like traffic count, when the counts were done and when planning documents were created. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, if you could just point to what it is you're talking about, even on the screen with your cursor, and then I would know where you're talking about.
Okay.
And I don't need much detail, but just if you could just the briefest summary of what's the issue here, and
Sure.
Thanks. very much.
So, yeah, just to clarify, again, the purple edits are the original changes, and then the blue highlights, Carolyn, we kind of highlighted to see what the comment was related to. So every time you see a blue, that's what the comment was specifically addressing. Does that make sense? Okay, great.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, moving down. Let's see, page 3. Just a second here, trying to the next one. Okay. Finding the next comment here. Bear with me just a second. Okay, yeah, thanks. Sorry, apologize. Just getting us squared away here. So there was a comment on page 3 on this policy right here. This about where does the policy come from, and this language, again, some of the changes were to incorporate the most recent version of the city count or the countywide planning policies. And this change here that we incorporated was specific to King County policy T22 that focused on encouraging partnerships. And let's see, it was talking about, this one is technical in nature. I'm gonna go ahead and read it verbatim just so we're all clear. I read that this language is encouraging partnerships with nonprofits for maintenance of the transportation infrastructure. That does not sound like a good idea. That's meant to be a government function. We weren't intending to imply that partnerships were, or private sector or nonprofits were going to maintain. Sometimes what we're trying to do in here is we've got an existing policy, and to be efficient, we try to maybe modify existing policy just a little bit so that it captures the intent of some of these countywide planning policies, rather than, because sometimes they're pretty close. So this is an example of, we had a existing policy that was pretty close to what King County wanted us to add. So we kind of tweaked it a little bit to be consistent with what they're recommending. But based on the comment we heard, the main takeaway, and I'm going to also read the policy to make sure everyone feels like it's okay, as changed, the policy would read: encourage partnerships with nonprofit providers and the private sector in the provision, operation, and maintenance of the transportation system. And then based on the comment we heard, where applicable. So it's not intended that they're going to be maintaining the system or anything like that, but where it's appropriate, bring them in to help provide different transportation resources. It could be all across the board. Is everyone okay with that change, or anyone have any heartburn on that?
Victor?
Can you just provide an example of that? I'm not actually following where a nonprofit would provide that service.
It could be some kind of transportation service. Maybe it's a van pool, or let's see. Yeah, something to that effect, a way to maybe move kids around for some kind of program. That's maybe the best example that comes to mind. The private sector could be all sorts of things. You know, it could be another private bus service. It could be maybe working with, you know, Lyft or Uber to partner with them to, you know, provide some services on the island to maybe get people to the park and ride when it's over capacity, or, you know, there's some options like that.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you for the examples.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
Sorry,
go-
a couple more
Sure.
questions, Adam.
Yeah, I'm still reading our 2-3, and I'll admit, I this is one of the, I think, 4 that I still have heartburn on. Just reading it, I can't read it any other way than nonprofits maintaining transportation system. I think maybe I'll revise the comment based on that. I'm looking at T22 from KCCPP. Why don't we just copy T22 verbatim from the planning policies?
Okay, let me just pull it up here.
I can read it, but I say, like, what I see there is respond to changes in mobility patterns and needs for both people and goods, encouraging partnerships with nonprofit providers and the private sector where applicable. So piece that I understand, a lot of my comments tree up to that. I have a better understanding of it, but I still read 2-3 here as written as encourage partnerships with nonprofit providers and the private sector for maintenance of the transportation system. And to me, that's still a red flag.
Okay.
So, but
yeah, maybe this is a
comments.
good one to have you all. I'm sharing, pulled up another, if people want to read it verbatim. Maybe this is a good one to have you all, I don't know, want to weigh in on if you want to make that change. I'm totally on board with that. If you do, you can see here is the specific quote that Adam just read. Do we want to change it to that?
So my question has to do with what is where applicable? What exactly does that mean? And how do you define that? How does it kick in? When does it kick in? Who kicks it in?
Yeah, it's just a general, yeah, I hear you. It's a general qualifier of, not all the time is all it's trying to get at. Not every case is it going to be applicable, is all it's trying to get at.
Carolyn?
What is this thing we're looking at here with these numbers, T18, 19, 20, et cetera? I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, this is our own tracking sheet of how the King County policies are on your left. This is just our own inner workings,
Okay.
but it's the best way I had to share.
Sure.
Basically, the countywide planning policies are on your left, and on the right is kind of where in the city's goals and policies we're addressing them. It's just,
I see.
this is the best way I had to pull up the county policies at this moment. Adam, I think you have a good comment, Adam. The one I agree with you the most is the word maintenance. Is the one I think is probably the one. If I was going to change one thing, I would probably remove that word and maybe just be the provision and operation. But we can also change it directly to what the countywide policy said. I'm fine either way.
I'll defer to the rest of the commission on that one.
My only question for you, Adam, is like, what specifically is giving you the heartburn that makes you think that this is a like a directive sort of a thing? So like, I'm not reading that with the language around encouraging partnerships. So
Not there, but I think the provision, operation, and maintenance. Whereas I think the intent of the planning policy from King County is just encouraging partnerships in general, not in specifically operation and maintenance of transportation. So that's kind of where I think ours gets a little specific. And maybe that's, instead of just starting clean slate, copy paste from King County, trying to modify existing to add verbiage, maybe we do lose some of it. So that was the asterisk I kind of had there.
Got it. That makes more sense. So the way I interpreted your comment is it's less about the maintenance aspect than the specificity of the way it's worded around operation and maintenance, rather than just, hey, we should be pursuing partnerships related to transportation. It
Yeah.
could include these things,
Right.
but we're in some ways potentially excluding others by being so specific.
Or making people focus on something that is like, whoa, where we just
Yep.
say like, yeah, general partnerships. But if we start citing specific things, then people may take issue there.
Yep.
Like as I did.
Yeah, great. That makes more sense. Thank you. Carolyn?
Yeah, in the interest of accuracy, I do find the idea of encouraging partnerships for operation and maintenance just to maybe just be a bit inaccurate. The word provision is pretty benign, so I would agree with a change there to remove the operation and maintenance side of things.
So if I can summarize, there's been, I think, a couple of comments in favor of generalizing this statement, whether that's through the removal of operation and maintenance or something that has less specificity to it. Is there sort of consensus to give? I don't want to wordsmith specifically, but just give direction to Michael that the direction would be to go and sort of like remove some of the specificity from this to maintain the connection to the King County planning policy, but not over engineer what's there. Is that, do I get a thumbs up from everyone
Yes.
that that's? Kate, did you have a question or a comment before sort of?
Yeah, just one quick one, just related to, I know we're trying to do more with bike infrastructure, or at least there has been some, and I'm wondering if part of the reason for this statement here has to do with partnerships with nonprofits that do build and help maintain, run volunteer programs or whatnot to help maintain cycling infrastructure. So that's my only comment. I mean, I'm fine with the change as is, but I don't want to, if the intent there was to include alternative to roadway infrastructure to get from A to B, that might be why that's in there. So maybe Michael can respond to that, but I'm fine with it either way.
I don't think the intent is to get at one mode of travel versus another, but yeah, what would you say? Would you comment? It could be an example of what this could be a partnership the city could pursue.
But in that vein, generalizing this more wouldn't preclude any of what Kate said, correct?
That I believe so.
Yeah. Cool. So I thought I saw consensus earlier about just generalizing item 2.3. Do I get enough thumbs up to support that? Great.
Okay, we'll revise that based on what I heard from everybody. Moving forward, we got comments here. Comment on the word. So again, we're highlighting the word. Comment on the word optimize here. Recommend to change the word optimize to maximize. And I get with that there's a meaning more in the engineering word that might conflict with this, but I think we do recommend staying with the word optimize. It's specifically used in King County Policy T33. Optimize is referring to like the efficient use of the existing transportation infrastructure. Switching to maximize could be interpreted as increasing the use of, which is not the intent of this, and recommend keeping the same wording unless anyone objects here. Okay. Try to get through these quickly as we can. Moving down here is one to get your all's input. There's a comment here about for policy 3.1, we got 2 versions for you to pick from. Here's the one we had originally, and based on the comment we heard there, recommended removing for all communities. So you can see this first one, let's see, contains all for all communities, and the second version of 3.1 does not have. We used all communities as specifically mentioned in this countywide planning policies. But you know, if you all want to take it out, we're fine either way. I don't know if you want to do a quick vote or any thoughts on that. We're okay either way.
Michael, in the county planning policies, do you know how typically their use of communities, how are they defining that? Are they defining that as geographical communities or social communities or
Yeah.
socioeconomic community? Like, do you know how that's being typically referenced by King County?
In this, yeah, good question. In this specific case, it was referring to, and we were kind of keeping it simple. Again, this is another example. We were kind of trying to incorporate the countywide planning policy within existing policy. But in this case, they were specifically the community they're talking about that have been, and this is in quotes, that have been disproportionately affected by transportation decisions, is what they were specifically referring to. So we could have a third version here that spells it out verbatim if you wanted to. You know, these are kind of very detailed things that I don't think there's a right or wrong of. Oh, yeah, please.
Yep. I think it's good to have the all communities statement in there. It just basically says that these good things should be done for everybody. If you don't say that, then you're just saying you should do these good things. Well, maybe you don't do these good things everywhere. I mean, if it seems to me it was a policy that's, you know, as you pointed out, directed toward equity. And I think it's better to say that. Would favor leaving it in.
Adam?
I understand. I'll play devil's advocate just for the sake of discussion. Just if we say all communities here, then the absence of it may imply that we're not meaning to do it equitably unless we actually state all communities. That being said, I have no more issues on this one. But
do we have an equity policy somewhere else, Michael, that affects that covers the entire transportation element?
Let's see, an equity policy. You know, not like a catch-all phrase. It is addressed a couple of times in here, in other referring to other things, but there's not a catch-all. No, I don't believe so.
Maybe we should have one. I think it might be a good idea. Then we don't have to have these oddball little phrases in specific policies here and there.
Yeah, I mean, I can look through it a little bit to make sure we have. Well, if you want to, well, I'm hesitant to go through this whole thing here to,
No,
you know, look through things like that.
No, maybe the next meeting, if you might be able to let us know, that would be great.
Okay. And there you're going to see as we go through these some more, you're going to see more comments that do specifically get at equity issues that either you'll see in purple that have been applied or, well, it's definitely, it's worked through through this, especially the countywide planning policies are, that's a specific emphasis they have on that.
Mhm. Good.
Commissioner Curry.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Boatman, were you
No,
finished?
never
Go
mind.
ahead.
Never mind.
Okay.
I don't think, yeah, never mind.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'd actually be in favor of the second 3.1. If it's already written in King County policy, I don't think we need to actually echo it in our policy. Because we actually do dovetail up to that, correct?
So this is
Like-
intended, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So what we have here is, you can see the previous comment. We're trying to incorporate, we're trying to keep having all these old policies and all new countywide planning policies. We're really trying to be efficient here. And in some cases we'll add verbatim the countywide planning policy. Like you can see 3.4, you know, this is word for word, the countywide planning policies. In other cases, we looked for opportunities where we could capture the intent of a countywide planning policy within an existing city policy with just a couple of changes to wordsmithing. And that's what's going on here. We don't have, this isn't exactly the countywide planning policy. So we're trying to capture the intent of one within an existing surround policy.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of removing the last three words, honestly.
Okay.
Kate?
Sorry, that's that mute. Happy trigger again. So I kind of like Carolyn's idea that we have just an overarching policy, or not overarching, but somewhere where you're talking about the general goals of transportation to serve people, that explicitly says the county phrase that have been disproportionately affected by transportation decisions. Because I think that would serve, if that comes up front in goal 1 or 2, or down lower. Ideally, it's more upfront, or maybe it's an aspirational statement in the narrative leading up to the goals. In my experience, there's a lot of folks who are not familiar with the outcomes of inequitable distribution of municipal goods. And I agree with Adam that it is confusing to people if you just have that vague kind of statement. So I think we should be very explicit and say somewhere in this document that have been disproportionately affected by transportation decisions. And I really like Carolyn's idea that that's just sort of a broad statement that applies to everything that comes below. In that case, I wouldn't mind at all if that for all communities was removed. But I wouldn't want it to be removed if we didn't have some general policy that says we're going to pay attention to people who have been disproportionately affected.
Okay.
So I'll close on this so that we can keep moving through, because I know we've got a lot to still cover, Michael. What I would say is I hear that there's some consensus around, there's probably a community appetite for just being more explicit at a broader level for a statement around equity. I'll make the comment that knowing King County and how they do stuff, there are some very specific places and projects, given the much broader diversity of King County as a whole, as to why this was included, that I don't want to say is irrelevant to Mercer Island, because it's certainly not, but it has a different relevancy. And so from that perspective, I do think it's important for us to make sure that we're enumerating it. In the case of what I look at the replaced in the first version of this, we did strike some language around neighborhood impact. And the way I am reading this is that all communities is a replacement for neighborhood, which to me is just a little bit of a broader, and it's why I asked my original question, because to me, it just broadens the definition a little bit. You can define neighborhood very differently than a community. And so I do think it's congruent. If we can't find a way to include something more broadly, I don't see a problem with retaining it, because I do think it's just a refinement of the language that currently existed. So, Adam.
Yeah, I think your discussion of it, yeah, looking at losing neighborhood, replacing with community, I think I like your suggestion. So I think I was the one who raised the issue. I like as is. So the first 3.1.
Great. Was that clear as mud, Michael, for you to take action?
Yeah, I think so. I think I did get the, I believe I heard the message or the intent behind the comments, and we'll come back with our effort to make those changes.
Great.
Okay, great. See, moving forward. Let's see, got another comment here. Comment is suggest revising to maintain, it's referring to this this comment here. Suggest revising maintain public transit service in the island in accordance with on-island demand. And I thought this was a good comment. What we ended up recommending to you all is, rather than make that change, the introduction, some of this is getting a little redundant. The introduction, I thought, did a nice job of saying, work with King County Metro, Sound Transit, and other providers to ensure adequate transportation services to meet the needs of the island. With that, this one is a little redundant, and we actually just recommended deleting it. Adam, I believe this is one of your comments again, and I think we're capturing your intent if by just taking it out, because it's already kind of in the introduction to this one. Is everyone okay with that change? Okay, great. Just down here a little farther, the last comment on the comment sheet, if you have that. Let's see, it's talking about, is there still need to enhance connection to enhance the connection to these communities? And that's talking about here. And I think there might have been a little bit of, just want to clarify a little bit. This isn't intended to be the connection between Mercer Island and other communities. This is meant to enhance the connections to regional transit stations on the island, is what this is intended to get at. And if that's okay, I think we'd like to just leave this one as is. Okay. Thanks, Adam. I saw your thumbs up. Again, I'm going to go through these pretty quick. Oh,
I had a lot of questions, and I think it just because I'm very new to this process. So yeah,
Adam,
makes sense. I read through the responses, make a lot of sense.
Yeah, Adam, on the whole, I thought your comments were really thoughtful and appreciate all of them. And to definitely spark some edits to this document that have been helpful. Let's see, coming to the second page here. Second is more of a question here on what innovative transit services are provided, and just a quick, King County Metro provides dial-a-ride. It's got some different kind of flexible. If you see the comment there, there's several innovative things that have been going on. There's some custom bus routes that are working with some of the private schools to get access from Mercer Island, rather than have their own private bus. There's several innovative services, and they're listed here. I won't go into all of them. So I do think it's applicable to keep this bullet.
Yeah, I thought I'm reading the response, and I don't want to take up all the time, so I'll be quick. Is like, I thought it was interesting when I read that. I thought it was referring to like the Lyft and like bike share pilot projects that were done. I think that the info in the response is kind of interesting, and if there's space somewhere in the document, I think that's worth articulating that, because me, as being somewhat new to the island, I was not aware of, the DART and those custom bus services. So I think it's useful info.
Okay. Moving down here, let's see. Question policy 4.4. Oh yeah, okay, so here's question 4.4 was a question related to this. Is this, so the policy reads, investigate opportunities for operating, constructing, and or financing park and ride lots for Mercer Island residents only. Currently, the primary park and ride transit center is available for everybody. So this is getting at looking for opportunities that would be for Mercer Island residents only. And my understanding of talking to staff, this is still something that's ongoing, and they have been continuing to look at several opportunities to provide some Mercer Island only parking close to the transit center. So I think it is applicable to maintain that comment. Moving down here, the next comment was on 4.8. I'm going to read this one verbatim here. Edit or remove Black, Indigenous, and other people of color to not differentiate how the city provides services based on race. We should, however, be based on socioeconomic needs. Revise people with low and no incomes to people with low or no income. A person cannot have both low and no income, so maybe an and or statement. I'm just going to also review our response. This is directly from King County policy T8 and T9. And I think this, talking to staff, I think we want to keep it the way it is, but I'll open it up for discussion if people want to any comments, or if we want to change this. We're open to ideas.
Kate?
Okay, I do agree that the and that
Hi.
is probably.
Oh, did you
Sorry.
call me?
Yeah, we have one. Go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, please.
I just agree with leaving it as is. There's a lot of intersectionality between economic and racial issues. I would encourage everyone on the Planning Commission to read the book, The Color of Law, which describes a lot of those intersections, and might be useful for these kind of conversations. So just want to comment, I support leaving it
Eddie, sit.
as is.
Just to clarify, I do think we need to change this and or at a minimum.
Sorry about that outburst, trying to help my dog here get out the door. Adam, sorry, you had a comment.
I guess what I kind of, in light of the discussion earlier, I would kind of suggest why not constrain ourselves? You know, these are the guidelines suggested, or the framework suggested by King County. Let's go broader than those guidelines and say promote access to opportunity for all communities, like other parts of the document say, not just very specific ones. But that being said, I have not read that book yet, so it's personal opinion.
Any other comments on here on the direction we should point Michael in? And Kate, was I correct in understanding you were the one that either asked this question or suggested the change originally, or?
For 4.8? No,
No. Oh,
I don't think so.
Michael, this wasn't from a comment. This was just something that you.
Oh, no.
This was
It was me.
Okay.
It looks good to me, you know, you want another person to weigh in. Other than low or no, as Michael said, that should be changed.
Yeah, I mean, from a grammatical perspective, I'll take whatever is common nomenclature, Michael, and in that direction. Commissioner Murphy.
Yeah, I see no reason to change it, especially if that's straight out of the King County language.
Yeah, I mean, look, it would be foolish of me to attempt at all to as much as I try to be sympathetic to you know, doing right by our community for people who have traditionally been underrepresented. As in many trainings as I've gone to, I can't say that I am any expert in doing what's right in here. I am inclined to say that if this is the language that King County has adopted, that it has had a tremendous amount of public input. It's been looked at by members of the community that are impacted by the statement being made. And so I'm inclined to say that I'm no better judge of how to address this other than by saying I fully support the intent of all of this, which is, I think, as a community, we want to make sure that traditionally underrepresented groups are represented in our planning and how we do that. And if this is the language that King County uses to make that statement, then I'm not one to say I'm in a position to make any alternate suggestion to that. So I've heard a couple of people in both directions. I guess the best way to do this is let me just, I guess I'll ask it in this way. How many people are sort of in favor of retaining the King County language as it's presented in 4.8 with no changes? So I've got 3. Is that 4,
Yeah,
Commissioner
4.
Murphy? And then the people that would prefer either a change or removal of the language that's highlighted, if you can give me an indication if you favor a change. I've got 2. So I think the consensus is that we should stick with the King County language, at least for the next draft of this that goes to public hearing. And if those of you that want to make changes, I would definitely say, there's opportunity to bring specific language forward that you might want to change this to, and then we can discuss that again as a group and take a vote on it when the time comes. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah,
Next.
so there's a follow-up question on this same policy, and I think to help get the meaning of it, I'm gonna read the policy again, just because it's a word choice. So the policy again reads: implement transportation programs and projects address the needs of and promote access to opportunity of Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, people with low or no incomes, and people with special transportation needs. And here's the part: while preventing and mitigating displacement of these groups. So the follow-up question: was there evidence of displacement on Mercer Island? I can't answer that. And the follow-up is, should we remove the word mitigating as it applies that it is happening? And I don't think, so I'd recommend, the one part I can say about that, I don't recommend taking out mitigating, because if we take out mitigating, then it would be actually a stronger statement of just preventing. So I do recommend keeping it in there, because then it just gives more flexibility to the island. I don't think it's correct to take that out. Is that Adam? I see you're nodding, and this was your comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, it really boils down to the question: is there evidence of displacement specifically here? My concern there is if people say, "Oh, displacement," if it's repeated enough times without evidence, sometimes it does become assumed to be a fact. That was the only concern there. If there are any data that support that, I'm sure it does exist at the county level.
Yeah, I can't speak to that part of it if it's happening.
Yeah, and the question is it current or historic? I mean, this isn't related to transportation, but I can tell you the deed to my house says that my property shall not be sold to a person of the Black race, and it's in my deed. So while there are laws on the books that prohibit that from being addressed, there could be changes to those laws that could then reinstitute the language on my deed, right? So I think that we may not in our current social environment or our current awareness know of where all of those potential things could be. I gave an example that was related to land use, not to transportation, but I guarantee you there are things that are probably buried somewhere in our code language or in things that we have done that have had an impact here that we're just probably not aware of. So I'm inclined for the reason that you stated, Michael, like you can't remove one without creating a catch-22 with the other. So again, if this is the language that comes from King County, I'm guessing there for a reason. It's been vetted pretty thoroughly. So I would favor retaining it. Carolyn?
Yeah, I like a policy like this because we're not necessarily looking at what's happening today, although I'm, again, not knowledgeable about exactly what's happening today. But we're looking at a plan here that goes to 2044, and I think it's a good policy about what could happen, what we don't want to happen, and to make sure that we don't allow that to happen.
Great. Okay, Michael, next.
Okay, thank you. Moving down, the next comment is on policy 5.4. And let's see. Just reading it through here.
I can summarize my
on
this
Please,
one.
Adam.
And I promise you of all the questions, this is the last one I still have I think that I don't feel was fully resolved by the staff response. On this one, when I see state policies that promote equity at the transportation level, what comes to my head is House Bill 1782. And I think that may hamstring the city if that were, said, like, the middle housing one, that was a contentious issue. Mayor Neese wrote an article, a letter kind of about that. So I think that kind of that it's a contentious issue. So I would just be concerned that the way that's written as is would kind of force the city to advocate for something like House Bill 1782, which may have a very divided opinion. So that's where my comment there stems from.
Oops, sorry, Michael, did you have any comment to that? Not that I want to put you on the spot, but I'm not familiar enough with the House bill to have context there, so.
That was the middle housing bill that was a blanket requiring duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes at one point within a certain geographic distance. So just as reading it, that this would force the city to advocate for that state policy, because that's equity of bearing transit-oriented development.
Got it. I understand the connection now. Carolyn?
Yeah, regardless of what kind of housing we might have, I just think this policy asks us to advocate for programs that promote safety, equity, and sustainability in transportation. So I think it's good policy.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments on this? I would say I'm probably not educated enough to give any additional commentary. Kate?
Yeah, just working on the housing work group and being at that last planning commission meeting, we have a mandate now from the state, however that gets resolved, to address equity in housing. And I don't see how we do that not concurrently with transportation. So I agree that this is a good policy and we should be consistent. How that gets resolved, the specifics of it, I think there's a reason the statement is vague, because there's a lot that's coming down from the state that's new. And I think we kind of need to roll with the tide a little bit here.
Victor?
Apologies, I have a relatively unstable connection here, but I'll be quick. I agree. I'll restate his concerns, but I'm with Adam on this one.
Okay, you were cutting out a little bit there, but we heard that you concur with Adam. So I think that hopefully suffices for the intent of your comment. Okay. Does that, Michael, have we gotten enough let me, or maybe Adam, can you summarize, did you have a specific change you're advocating for, or is it really more just a concern that you had around the policy as a whole?
I guess the concern is, as written, I would read it, it would require the city to advocate for any state policies that assert they promote equity, whether or not it's a state policy that the residents of Mercer Island agree with. I think it would put the city in a corner and require them to support it.
Okay, Vice Chair Murphy.
Seeing this is in the transportation element, I think I understand Adam's concern, but I don't think that would bind the city to oppose or to attempt to influence various housing laws that might come down the pike. I think that would be a stretch, given the nature of comp plans and their aspirational focus and vagueness. I just don't see that as being something that is handcuffing the city from taking different positions.
Okay. Well, let me, since I want to give Michael clear guidance here, I see two options, which is keep it as is or make some changes. I don't think we need to wholesale remove this, but at least change some of the language to address Adam's concerns. So let me ask this, is there consensus to retain the language of 5.4 as it was presented? Show me a thumbs up if you have. So I've got 4 that that support that, and then are there any number, just for clarity, who is advocating a change in the language here? 2, and I know Victor has frozen, but I know he agreed with Adam. So so it looks like what I'll suggest the same as before, which is oops, I lost my screen. What I'll suggest is the same as before is for the draft, Michael, let's leave it in the way it is. And Adam, if you have some specific language that you want to propose during the deliberation of portion of this, feel free to bring that forward and we can have a stronger conversation around it. Great.
Okay, thank you. Moving out of the goals and policies section and then to the more of the technical content here. Moving on down.
I'm waiting for the point where you can just fly through about 6 pages.
Yes,
Oh,
you're getting your wish right here.
Yes.
Moving down to page, what was 14 has now been bumped to 15.
Okay, sorry, 1 second. Kate, did you have a question?
I don't want to ruin your night here with more fun, but my 2 comments were related to policy 12.
Okay.
So I don't know if we want to consider those now or
Yeah,
later.
let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll, since we were right there.
Okay, where is my mail? And I think Allison sent this out. So I was proposing under transportation, you want me to speak?
Yep,
Say
go
what my
ahead.
things are. Okay, I was proposing under transportation element goal 12 that we should establish a prioritized implementation plan and timeline for periodic review of the pedestrian and bicycle facilities plan. And the reason that I propose that is because there is no implementation plan for the pedestrian bicycle facilities plan. And there's a lot of confusion in the public about what are the priorities, when are things going to get done first, next, last, and when are they scheduled to get done. And I think what that does is it leaves it subject to a little bit of political whim rather than what than planning, planning for things to be done in a sensible order.
Just to clarify, you're specifically recommendation is to policy 12.2. Is that?
Not specific to 12.2, just somewhere in there, and maybe it gets added to that, or it could get added to 12.2.
So 12.2, it does talk about implement the pedestrian bicycle facilities plan. It doesn't, you're referring to commit to periodic updates, maybe putting a quantifying.
I was proposing actually developing an implementation plan. This just says implement. And so I'm proposing develop a prioritized implementation plan and timeline and let that have periodic review.
So let me, I am understanding where you're going with this, and I don't know if Allison, you want to chime in on this, just where that sort of language, so if I think about the role of the comp plan, which is to make a statement around, like, we should take this action around implementing this thing, but the comp plan really shouldn't get into the details of what that looks like. And do we have other examples? Because I know there are other places where we've used similar language, but it's usually drawn out as a part of the code, right, Allison, versus like the language that she's specifying is more code language that we would put around sort of how we prioritize and implement versus just this being the direction that we shall implement this.
I mean, I would say it can be done either way. We've actually been talking about this exact thing. The staff have a bunch behind the scenes related to the housing element and the economic development element. You know, where does it make sense to have implementation policies or timelines or schedules or, you know, budget kind of information? And I think where we're landing in that conversation is that we should have some general language in the comp plan that refers to, you know, the city should adopt an implementation strategy that includes priorities, timeline, et cetera. And this should be reviewed as a part of the biennial budget every 2 years, so that we can, you know, look at funding priorities and, you know, look at what's in the plan and figure out how it can fit into the budget, you know, in a reasonable way. So we were drafting some language for those elements that might work here, I think. But really, I'm also thinking the bicycle and pedestrian facilities plan is an implementation document. It's just that the one we have now is very outdated and it doesn't include any prioritization or strategy around how the facilities that are shown there should be actually built. And so I think my recommendation would be when we update that plan, it should include this information. It should include a priority list. It should include, you know, kind of phases or some kind of schedule for how these would be implemented.
I would just throw in 2 cents. I would generally agree with Allison. I do know to your question about where these things are often, I can speak to that the city code does have a few language in there about how often it'll update and monitor things such as the city's concurrency program. So there's a few places in there that do place every so often the city will, you know, update the concurrency tracking system.
Okay, Carolyn?
During the, in the docket last fall, there was a proposal to update the bike ped plan every 8 years, and that it needed to be done in concert with the arrival of light rail. So I guess the bike ped plan update is coming up shortly, if I understand correctly, because I think the council did adopt that. So oddly enough, this kind of comes up also in our parks and open space policies, which is policy 20.1 in the land use element. There actually is something there that says that, you know, parks and rec and bikes and ped plans should be updated periodically, but it doesn't say when. So that's a little bit of a, you know, odd for it to be there, perhaps. So I also wanted to say that, Allison, your comment that the implementation of the plan is something that's probably going to be in the bike ped plan, which is adopted by reference, seems that that will cover implementation. And then those things appear in the transportation improvement plan every year. They get added in and funded, right? According to those priorities.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, so like right now, the transportation improvement plan includes an update to the bike and ped master plan for, I believe it's starting in 2016, and, you know, allocates a big chunk of funding for that. And so
2016?
Sorry, 2026. So, you know, that'll kind of move through the TIP over the next few years until we get to the biennial budget for 2026, when, you know, the funds will actually be allocated to go do the work.
So by updating the bike and ped in 2026, all right?
I believe that's the right year. I know it's out.
Not as soon as I understood from the policy language, but okay. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you. Kate?
Okay, so it sounds like Allison and others are gonna figure out where that idea might need to go. And hopefully we don't lose the idea entirely. And then I had one more in goal 12, if we're ready to move on.
Yeah, if I can just close the loop on the last thing there, and
Okay.
it sounds like based on your last comment, my suggestion was going to be Allison. If this is being thought about more broadly around just what I'll call framework language, like I think we've in the past had a like very directive, like this is what the plan should be and look like, versus more language around like a framework, as you put it, like you should have priorities in this and a defined timeline, but we don't define it in the document. So it sounds like you're working on some broader language for the housing element. When that's complete, it might be worth just looking at how some of that could be transferred to some of these other elements. I'm guessing this isn't going to be the only one. And so
That's
think,
exactly what I was going to suggest. I think that
Yeah.
sounds like a great plan.
yeah, so I would suggest that's sort of how we should move forward with that. So, but thank you, Kate, for bringing that up. So go ahead, Kate, for your second one.
Okay, so my next one is, I noticed we do have studies in the comp plan. And so my next one was study opportunities to expand electric bicycle infrastructure near light rail and in town center.
Is that a proposed policy?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
And so I don't know
a
if anyone,
12.6.
yeah, I don't know if folks have been able to look at the email, but essentially it was the proposal to add an element that, as Kate said, to add language that directs the city to study opportunities to expand electric bicycle infrastructure near light rail and town center. Do you want to talk at all about that as far as I think the intent is clear, and then my follow-up question for staff will be, is this covered anywhere else? And if not, like, does it make sense to include this from your perspective? So, Kate, if you had any additional comments, you can start.
I think the intent's pretty clear. The wave of e-bikes has come to Mercer Island, and there's not infrastructure for it. And with light rail coming online shortly, I think we're going to see a lot more people using transit to get to and from. And I think a lot of folks are going to lean on e-bikes as that last mile solution. And then if we are adding another 1,000 units, and most of them are going to be concentrated in town center, I think those all the more reason to consider it, whether or not it's a good use of funds.
Yeah. Either Michael or Allison, do you guys have thoughts on this? And an appropriate answer could be like, we need to think about it and come back, but.
Yeah, I mean, big picture, I think what these goals and policies are intended to do is, guide the city's decisions around transportation. I know there is one about study. I guess I'd maybe not have it be an intent of a to-do list and be a little, I'm not suggesting that's not a good suggestion. And we could add it here, but I'm just saying in general, I think the intent of this is to be kind of guiding the decisions of the city around transportation. And it wouldn't have to be in here to be, something the city pursues necessarily, but that's just my initial reaction to the thought.
Yeah, just looking at this, if I can offer maybe something to think about, and then we can move on. Item 12.3, study opportunities for the use of innovative methods for pedestrian crossings, colored textured pavements within the city, etc. I'm almost thinking about what Kate just said, and maybe this should be broadened to study opportunities for the use of innovative methods for last mile pedestrian facilities, right? And we could cite examples like pedestrian crossings, electric bike facilities, right? But it broadens it to like, we should have a policy that we continue to study opportunities for innovative methods to solve some of these last mile problems. And it includes a number of these other items. So I don't know if Kate, that would meet sort of the spirit of what you were going for. And I think it would frankly be relevant in sort of updating that item that's on there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a compromise from from my end. I think if it's not strongly worded and standalone, it's not going to happen explicitly. But I understand the notion of having it there in a combined effort. I think there's folks that think we're going to miss out on this. Miss out on an opportunity with this redevelopment and the infill development that's gonna happen if we don't explicitly try to make this part of that.
Yep.
But
Carolyn?
I can compromise.
Mhm. This is one of the sort of frustrations when you have a topic which is dealt with by another plan, a plan adopted by reference. You're always puzzled as to, well, should we put something here about that, or should we wait until that other thing gets done in 4 years from now? So I like what Kate is proposing. I think if it's in there, I think it should be separate because it's a bit of a separate topic. And, you know, while we like to not get too specific in comp plans, this is a really hot topic and it's a really beneficial topic. If we can make it great for people to hop on an electric bike and go get on light rail, that's really cool for our climate impact. I'd be in favor of it.
Yeah, I mean, totally understand both statements there, and I guess the only thing that I would say is, you know, the next time we go back and review this language is going to be 7 years from now, and what I dislike about policy documents like that become so specific is that sometimes the technology or the methods can outpace the outpace the policy direction when it's that specific. And so I hate for us to restrict ourselves. I'd make the argument the thing that's actually better for the environment than electric bikes is non-electric bikes. And so, there's a whole lot of ways to promote all of this, which is why I brand it as like, this to me is actually it's less of an environmental issue other than encouraging people to use public transit. But it's again, I'm in favor of the broader language around last mile versus the specificity of it, and then we can define that in the projects that get proposed through anything like the TIP or other stuff. So, Kate.
Since we are going to have another look at this, can we ask for that to be have an option of having it as a combined one versus a separate one, and then we can have a clear discussion on the specific language in our next meeting? Is it possible to do that? And then we vote or choose which one we want to put forward.
Are you okay with that approach, Michael?
Allison, can you maybe clarify what our kind of schedule is going forward? As far as, are we going to have another? Yeah, can you just talk a little bit about the schedule of next check-ins and things like that?
So, I mean, I'm just, reading the room here. We're an hour and 15 minutes into this conversation. I think we've probably got some time to go still on this element. So it does seem like we might need to have another discussion to kind of close the loop on some of these items. So let's just go ahead and plan to do that. Schedule wise, our next meeting is at the end of October 26th. We will also have the docket to review that night, which historically has been a quite lengthy conversation. So I think we'll have to do a little thinking about whether we want to do all those items in the same night, or if we want to hold the third touch on the transportation element for a later meeting, maybe November. Just, in the interest of time on that meeting. So.
Okay. But to answer your main question, yes, we can definitely take a shot at incorporating the comments we heard here about coming back with an optional combined one that gets a little more at last mile, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and I think the commissioner was suggesting maybe can we have two alternates? Like, what would the language look like if it were standalone, and what would the language look like if we broadened it into a single?
Okay.
I like that idea.
And who knows, maybe we end up actually adopting both of those. So, so why not do the work now? Good. Okay. To Allison's point, I was actually looking at time check, and we've got sort of a natural break here in about 15 minutes, just from the clock perspective. I know Commissioner Boatsman has a number of items she wanted to cover off. Michael, how much more towards the end of this document do you think we need to go through? Can we be efficient at just looking at the high level ones, things that maybe there was consensus with the comments? Maybe we can skip over, like if there was agreements from the staff on the comments that were made in the proposal, and maybe just go into the ones that you guys need clarity on.
Yeah, I mean, I leave that. I don't want to make the decision of which ones are, important to cover and which ones are not. We have about 10 left. I do think that now that they're progressing into more of the technical issues and not some of the subtle language of goals and policies, I do think we can get through them a little quicker.
Great. Well, let's see if we can get through those so that we can decide. Maybe we can take a quick break and then come back to Commissioner Boatsman's comments in a few minutes. So if you want to go ahead and continue, Michael, and then we'll.
Okay, I do see a hand up there.
Oh, sorry, Adam, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm in the interest of time. I believe I'm responsible for all the remaining comments, and the staff response addresses all of my comments. So I have no more, no more questions I want to discuss on the transportation one from those questions.
Okay, that's great. There was, just to clarify what Adam said, mostly it was just kind of, some of them were questions that we provide responses. We did have one minor change, but I think it's all pretty straightforward. If in the sake of time, if we want to move on.
Great. Well, if everyone else is good with that, given that Adam is happy with the responses that he received, I see that there's a couple of items. I haven't had a chance to look through these, Carolyn, so I don't know how lengthy and in depth they are. So is there, are you organized with what you've got to be able to walk us through some of these top to bottom, or do you want us to take a quick break so that you can organize how you want to present all this stuff? Or
I would just say, do people want to take a break? Go ahead and take a break. And if they don't want to take a break, I'll start in. So I couldn't really comment on that.
well, I want to know whether or not you're prepared to, like, I know sometimes you ask for a moment to sort of prepare the organization of your comments to go through it. So I just wanted to be.
I'm ready for addressing my comments as per usual.
Okay. And I haven't seen the extent of them. Like, how thorough are these? Is it going to take us a while?
Look, like I just have some brief comments to make, and I sent the documents to Allison. She can put them up on the screen and we can just look at them. So
okay.
Special.
Well, why don't I suggest this? I'm looking, it looks like there's like 4 or 5 maybe individual documents, correct?
Well, I'd like to propose a break. I mean, we've basically taken a break from the document now anyway. Why don't we just take a break and come back to it?
Great. So why don't we do that? Let's is 7:47. Why don't we take 13 minutes? We'll come back at the top of the hour and then we'll walk through Commissioner Boatsman's comments. And Allison, are you going to be okay walking us through the documents that she sent so we can put them up on the screen?
Yeah, I've got them here, and I'll get them opened up during the break so that I can kind of shuffle them around on the screen.
Awesome. Great. Okay. See you all in 13 minutes. check. Sibilance.
Check, 5 by 5.
All right. Thank you everyone for returning. Looks like we're waiting for Carolyn. There she is. Okay, so Allison, do you know the intended order? Looks like there were several documents that were sort of by section.
I
so-
just went ahead and copied them all into one document, everything that pertained to the transportation element, so that we could kind of just scroll through.
Goal 3 is the first one.
Mhm. I'll go ahead and share what I've got here. So
I just put the
That
whole
worked.
goal there just for context, and the new thing I'm proposing is just the part in blue there. This goal seems to pertain kind of to the general impact of transportation on the environment. And in neighborhoods, big impact of transportation is just heat and also the opportunity for using large areas of rights of way that are currently, quite often have lawns planted out to the pavement. And then maybe sometimes rocks there to encourage people not to drive on the lawns. I'm trying to get at rights of way, and this matter, when I've explored bringing it up before, it's always been, well, that's actually a transportation matter. So to me, this is the place in the transportation element where how rights of way are used can be considered. So the idea here is that in many cities, the city welcomes the planting of trees in unused areas of the right of way. In other words, these are areas that are not paved, which are sometimes, 20 and 30 feet wide next to the pavement. More commonly, more like 15 maybe in residential areas, 15 to 20. So this is a proposal to encourage the city to welcome the planting of trees in the rights of way with their permission, because there's all kinds of utilities down there, and there's lots of places where it's not appropriate to plant a tree. So this would get at the heat that's generated by the pavement in neighborhoods. Encourage might be the wrong word. I don't know if I'm trying to think of a different word, maybe evaluate the feasibility of, I will just mention briefly, I've gone on here a bit, but City of Seattle, for example, has something called Trees for Neighborhoods. And they issue the permits to people. They actually give the trees and will tell them where they can plant them in the right of way. And then there's a volunteer group that also works with the people that receive the trees and help them with the planting. Similar program in Portland. So anyway, that's what it's about. Might be a better way to word it, but trying to reduce the impact of roads in neighborhoods.
I guess before going to everybody else, staff, do you have any direct, I know you're just digesting this in real time, but either Michael or Allison, do you have any immediate comment to that before I go to Adam?
I don't really. I think I definitely see the reason for the policy, and that makes sense.
Okay, I guess let me go. Adam, you had your hand up, but I know you took it down, or you?
I took it down because you were asking staff first. I like it. One thought might be just to articulate that, where it doesn't impact safety. Concern would be like, line of sight or blocking a stop sign, but I support adding this as a goal.
would like to comment briefly on what you just said, Adam. There's probably any number of things that could go wrong with planting
Okay.
trees and here and there. So I was wondering if you thought that perhaps the phrase "with the permission of the city" would address that, because they're not going to allow it if it's,
True.
um,
Yeah, I guess.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, the only reason I suggest safety is I think we
Mhm.
were, one of the new goals was like improving safety. Like I understand we don't need to specify, oh, where the roots aren't gonna destroy subterranean infrastructure or tear up the road, but I thought perhaps safety might be worth mentioning. But as I like it.
Certainly doesn't hurt adding it. It certainly doesn't hurt adding it. So I appreciate it.
Victor?
Hopefully my question will get heard. Question for Carolyn, just for clarification. Is this an additional goal or is this an amendment and an addition to 3.3?
This is an additional policy under goal number 3, minimize negative transportation impacts on the environment. So it's adding a policy. I put it between 3.3 and 3.4 because I thought it read well there.
So it'd be like a 3.5 or whatever.
Well,
We
you'd
would
probably-
shift things around. But yeah,
You'd probably make it
Three-
3.4 and change 3.4 to 3.5 if this were included.
fair. Got it. Thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioner Curry?
Who would be on the hook to pay for any of the maintenance and damage repair and everything else, and anything else that might occur from the planting of trees too close to power lines or cable lines or whatever like that? Is the city responsible for that?
Well, typically in a program like this, the city issues a permit to plant the tree. So they basically are saying, you can't plant it. They're not going to let you plant it where it's a problem. So, but that's something that can be explored. This is just to open the door. So these types of programs are going on all over the place, but we don't have a policy in our comp plan that supports the idea. So I look at a policy as you need to just open the door. And then if the feasible means of doing it can be worked out, then you can do it. But if it doesn't, you don't have to do it. It's just.
So something that comes to mind for me, and I certainly appreciate and aligned with the intent here. The way I've seen this done before is typically through the development of a street tree program, and it includes a number of things like how unimproved rights of way are planted, who can do it, how that's happened, and at least in my experience is done as a part of a broader street tree program that would be not for that goes beyond just unused rights of way. So I'm wondering if this is an opportunity for us to in some ways almost promote something a little stronger, which is rather than encouraging the planting of trees, but rather be more directive, which is develop develop or create a street tree program that could encourage that could include a number of these elements. And as a goal, to me, that makes a lot more sense of like, we have a goal of developing a street tree program that's going to address a number of these issues and can have a number of elements to it that would be just a lot more comprehensive over the long run. So for me, I'm inclined to take that direction because this to me is a little ambiguous, although I completely understand the intent. So anyhow, those are my thoughts. And
That's interesting. I mean, I like what you're saying. You're always weighing with being prescriptive, being, opening a door or being prescriptive. But Yeah, I think developing a street tree program is, leaves a lot of flexibility. It's basically saying there's a heck of a lot of real estate out there that could be being used for value to the citizens, to the environment, for temperature control, and can be figured out how to do it. Lots of models. Anyway, good input.
Commissioner Curry, did you still have your hand up from before, or is that a new hand? Okay, great. Adam, I'll go back to you.
All right. Yeah, and Chair Hubble, in response to yours, it's that starts to me to sound a little potentially overhead heavy. Things might get bogged down in developing this plan, and maybe some people may see that and think, oh, well, I don't want to pay for that. I'll suggest, I like the encouraged planting, because it could just be, someone says, I'd like to plant a tree here, and get sent to the city. Arborist says, sure. And that could be it, without a plan, without a study. I like to open the door and see what happens, as opposed to prescribe a more formal path forward suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm going to argue the opposite, which is the way you're like the way it's being presented there is every situation has to be dealt with as a one-off, consultative, like engage a bunch of people, where the street tree plan, as I have seen them in the past, is prescriptive in the sense that it says, these are the conditions, these are the, like, here are all of the criterion, like, this is where the city would like this activity to happen, this is how it should happen. And so there's actually less interaction, which is a lot cheaper for the city in the long run. And so there may be a little bit of overhead, but it is, in my view, the role of, I don't want to say the government to add bureaucracy, but to certainly have a very structured way of managing any sort of development or improvement, which I think this would fall under. It would be like saying we're going to have a policy for building houses where we don't publish a building code, and we just say, well, come to us with your plan and we'll go look and tell you whether or not it's going to work well on your lot or not. Like, we have to have, in my mind, a structured plan that says these are the tenets by which we are going to the tenets that we're going to use to advocate, or at least allow this development to happen, and then and sort of go from there. So that's all I'm suggesting, is that we should just be more explicit about how that's documented versus just a goal that says we want to encourage planting. To me, that's it's incomplete to me. So, Kate.
Hey there. I have a little experience in this because I used to work for a nonprofit that partnered with the city of Seattle to do a community street tree planting program. And I also was briefly the urban forester for the city of Seattle. And there might be like a little hybrid ground here, because I'm hearing both sides of this argument. Anytime you have a program and it's volunteers cost money, and you've got to do care and feeding. And in this case, we're asking residents to volunteer and plant trees in property they own, but the city has a right of way over. So I agree with Chair Hubble that it needs guidelines. Otherwise, it's going to create like some burden. But I think there are guidelines out there that we can adopt that are very simple and straightforward. For example, City of Seattle has a Right Tree, Right Place program, and they have all this guidance that's prepackaged that has types of trees that could be planted under power lines, types of trees that can be planted in tall areas. How much width of sidewalk do you need to plant a tree with this type of roots? So I think we could probably hybridize the ideas and save some administrative overhead by adopting guidelines that are clearly established in cities around us. And that gives that framework. They even have special permits, documents prepared for that kind of thing. So it would be some overhead for the city to get it started and put it in place. But it wouldn't need to be like a ground up program, if that makes sense.
Great input, everybody. I have a little wee tad of background to add based on what I've heard here. I took some training with the City of Seattle's Trees for Neighborhood program, online training, just to kind of see more about how it works. And I think Dan makes a good point. When you have very clear roles established in a program, it can make things a whole lot less hassle and use less staff time. So in Seattle, for example, the city buys the trees, and they have certain trees they'll allow you to plant. And then they open up the application period at a certain time. People send in their application and request their tree. And then they wait for the weather to turn so that it's time to plant trees. And then you have to come and pick up your tree. There's a volunteer group that works very closely with, they're from the Center for Urban Horticulture. And they actually go out there, and if a person wants help with their tree, they go out and help them. They give them one of those bags that lets moisture come into the ground around the tree, and they get to keep that for a year or two. And the volunteers check back 1 year later to see how their tree is doing and give them advice. So the city is involved in, hey, we've got a bunch of trees here over at Luther Burbank Nursery. You can come and get them. You have to apply, get your free tree, and then, you plant it and you request help. They give you instructions on how to plant it, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, people, it's very efficient that way. And efficiencies of scale by doing it that way. So it's a public-private partnership. So I'm just hoping to see, this be a possibility for Mercer Island.
So let me suggest this for time, and Michael and Allison, tell me if you're okay with this. Maybe just get consensus from the group around the idea of this concept being included somewhere here. I also have questions about whether or not this is best in the transportation element or in one of the other elements, but for the sake of the discussion, we'll assume that it's correct here. If we provide guidance that we want some sort of language that sort of gets to this without trying to wordsmith, whether it's the encourage of planting trees or creating a program, and there's obviously a lot of things there, but if I get consensus from the group, like, do you have enough to go forward and sort of maybe create something, or do you need any more specific direction from us?
I think so. I think that we've heard enough. I do think it needs a little bit of work. I think it needs something about clarification of whether it's the city's responsibility, city's lead, or the private lead. I think it's just, maybe it's missing a little bit of that clarification in the way it's written now, but Allison, I think we could fine tune this a little bit.
Yeah, I think we can come up with something that works, and I think it probably makes sense here in the transportation element, given that we're talking about street trees. I could see an argument to put it a couple of other places too, but for now, let's just run with this, and we can wordsmith something.
So given that, like, is there consensus? Do I have at least 4 people that are in favor of, at least for our draft that goes to the public, including some language around this, to include as a part of this element? Okay, all right, well, I see at least 4, so yeah, if you guys don't mind pulling something together. There's obviously a whole lot of detail, and it's not about actually creating the plan. It's just, we're going to have a policy that says that we strive to have a plan, and then we'll have to deal with the down the road impacts of, okay, how do we actually go about doing that? And that could be a longer process, but at least the policy can be there that will direct us in that direction.
Yeah, great. I'll touch base with Ross too about whether or not this has an intersection with the climate action plan, and whether or
Great.
not there's some way that we should be referencing that.
Cool.
So far, they don't have anything in the cap draft on that, but I'm still, pushing that angle as well, because, heat island impact or heat island effect, whatever.
Mhm.
Thank you for your input. Before
Okay,
we
let's-
move on to the others, I'll just say, most of my others are much more brief, but I also want to add that in regards to my fellow commissioners, my bringing this stuff the way I am here, I did ask for permission on this. I checked with Adam towards the end of August and said that for me, August 31st wasn't going to work out too well, and wondered what, if there was some ability to continue to bring policies. He just said, go ahead and bring them to the meeting. So that's what I'm doing here. So I hope
Yep.
works out okay.
So let's go to the next one.
Yeah, number 5. This one is just a tiny change in the language of policy 5.6. Again, I think a lot about mitigating the effects of climate change. Again, this idea of trees along the rights of way it's mitigating. So in this policy, we have improving air quality, reducing air pollution, and promoting clean transportation, but we don't have anything about mitigating what we're already dealing with. And I really think we need to do that. So I would just suggest adding that phrase there.
Okay, are there any objections to that?
Not a strong one, but I see directives related to climate change and mitigate. To me, it's duplicative, but I'm not opposed to it.
Okay, and this is all just again for the next draft that's going to go in front of the public, so it probably serves as a great discussion point with the public hearing. So okay, hearing no discord there, let's go ahead to the next one.
Yep, 7.9 here. Oh, okay. So I am proposing alternate language for 7.9 that is there, because I just find 7.9 to be extremely confusing the way it's worded. So this is my bid to make 7.9 more simple and understandable. What do you think?
In the context here, Allison or Michael, is in the original language, the avoidance of closing streets, is that permanent closures like through blocks, or is that just temporary closures for events or things? What is actually meant by the closing of streets?
My interpretation is permanent closure, like cul-de-sac a street, is what this is referring to. The city, I can speak for some staff where they periodically get requests to want to close the street for whatever reason, and this would just kind of help them support. For the most part, we really try to not do that. If we close a connection, we create further out of direction travel. If there's an incident, it's longer emergency vehicle response times. There's a whole bunch of more VMT, vehicle miles traveled. It's just to kind of, this is a request the staff gave us to have this in there. It's pretty common for a lot of cities, or I say most cities have something to this effect.
So are you
So
trying to discourage cul-de-sacs? Is that what you said?
Just the closing of streets, yeah, that would kind of create something similar to not to get rid of cul-de-sacs, but to close street connections.
This typically happens in neighborhoods where there's a lot of cut through traffic, avoiding backups on major thoroughfares. Think of Bellevue, where a lot of the streets off of 148th actually don't go through and are artificially closed off to prevent people from cutting through a neighborhood. I would say it's probably not a huge problem here. I think the intent in both of these alternates is the same. And maybe what I'm reading here is like, is there a way to clean up the language? It does seem a little wordy in the original statement. So
Yeah, if it's just reworded so that it makes if it just is reworded so that it's very clear, I'm happy. I just can't make sense of it the way it's written.
I can,
Okay.
yeah, there's definitely, again, this would fall in the category of working with what is out there. Yeah, I think there's some cleanup we could do here.
All right, thanks much.
Great.
I have something in 9, the next page. Okay, now this one is a little bit more meaty. This again is using the rights of way. What we have in residential areas, a lot of, is, again, we have a small paved area down the road and a lot of spare right of way next to that paved area. Now, depending on where the pavement is in the right of way, you might get a nice big contribution to your front yard or not a very big contribution to your front yard. But basically, this is unused for the pavement. So a lot of times, again, people landscape right out to the pavement and there's nowhere to park in front of their house. There might be lawn there with rocks in it, or there just might be, you know, a whole wall of landscape there. So it's dangerous. If you're a pedestrian, you're walking along, those people's guests are parked in a traffic lane right in front of their house because there's no parking strip in front of that house. If their delivery vehicles come, they're parked in the middle of the road because there's no parking strip there. So I'm proposing a policy that strives to minimize the blockage of traffic lanes in residential neighborhoods caused by lack of temporary roadside parking access. So, or this secondary wording. One more bit of background. I'm going to give my house as an example. The pavement in my yard is probably, it's probably 18, 20 feet from my property. I mean, my property line is about 18, 20 feet from the pavement. There's a bunch of space out there. So we have preserved a parking strip there of about 10 feet wide. Now, let's say a new house is built, and I see this happening all the time. Brand new house, $3 million house, paved all the way out to the pavement, or landscaped out to the pavement. If the city were to have a policy that where feasible, you protect a parking strip in front of your house. If it's not feasible and there is no right of way to use for that, well, that's fine, you're off the hook. But that's what this is about.
Adam?
I could anticipate a potential conflict with the encouraging of trees in the rights of way, right?
Good point. I thought myself.
Yeah. So that I could see this, you know, and this may, I would think, yeah, I understand the issue with blocking the road, but I mean, if someone's blocking the actual lane, that would be a call to the police and have a vehicle towed, right?
Yeah, right now it I don't know what the law is about parking your
Okay.
the road.
I don't either. We live on an arterial, so nobody dares park on that. Yeah, I like your earlier one, and I just see this would conflict with it, unfortunately.
So are you comfortable with people landscaping their yard all the way out to the pavement? That's the question you have to ask.
I mean, from a rainwater and like, you know, what's stormwater retention, I would think it's better to have some sort of bushes or small shrubs, preferable to just lawn or even someone having turf, right?
Well, you know, I would separate it from an environmental or rainwater, you know, absorption question. So okay, let's say you have 10 houses on a block. Okay. Maybe, you know, 2 houses have a parking strip. The next one has no parking strip.
Mm-hmm.
Next one might have a parking strip, and so on down the block. Maybe 3 or 4 of them have no parking strip.
Right.
When people come to their house, they're parked in the middle of the road or they're in front of my house. It's fine. It's not my property. But you know, I think this is a real loss of public value. I really do. And you know, a tree program and preserving parking space, I think, are compatible. But you know, it has to be figured out.
Okay, so let me go to sorry, Adam, let me go to Victor and then Kate, and then we'll come back.
I am admittedly relatively ignorant around this issue, but I don't think these are necessarily designated as parking strips. Aren't they just generically public right of way? And wouldn't, I mean, so I'm not, to me, it doesn't feel like this belongs in a transportation element. And I think to your point, Carolyn, which you've made a couple of times, which is, are we comfortable with people putting lawn out all the way to the public right of way, some making it their own? To me, that feels like a city property rights issue. I don't know whether that falls in the area of code or code enforcement or just property rights. It feels odd to be putting it in here.
Well, that's a good question. If you look at the title of this goal, balance the maintenance of quality island neighborhoods with the needs of the island's transportation system. So to me, I think there's a resonance there with this topic under that goal. But you were asking, you mentioned putting in the lawn out to the right of way. No, the lawn is in the right of way. So people are using the public property for their landscape, and it's not available for parking. Temporary parking, by the way.
Right.
It's not,
No.
not talking permanent, but, and there is a code enforcement question here. If you want to put something in the public right away that is permanent, like you're going to pour a little foundation and install some sort of, mailbox, or you want to put in a little brick pile and put a light in the top of it or something, you have to get a permit for that. Yeah, that's different. But when you're just putting your landscape out there, and then when nobody's looking, put some boulders out there. Yeah, that's there. The city doesn't have a rule on that.
So Kate,
I think this is an important issue to raise. We live off 86, and this happens quite a bit. We're near the high school, and we have cars parking like practically in the middle, and it's an arterial. It's crazy. And so when kids walk to school, they're dodging cars and trash cans and all the other things people leave in the right of way. So I think Carolyn's raised an important issue. I don't know that I consider it as much a parking issue as a pedestrian safety issue, in that I would want to strive to have sidewalks where people are walking. So, and even if people plant stuff there, it's not theirs, it's still the right of way. We can still take it back. It just comes at significant legal expense sometimes. So there's something to be said for not allowing people to put, discouraging people from putting stuff there. Didn't the council just debate this? It was related to the ADA plan. Allison, you might recall this. There was some discussion about whether or not we should adopt an ADA plan and sidewalks, and there was some concern about the cost of that from a couple of the council members, and the feasibility of doing anything physical.
I believe that was part of the TIP program discussion. There's been an ADA plan kind of on the horizon for a while. I also just wanted to clarify that the city does regulate improvements in the right of way. And if people want to put landscaping or rocks or things like that, we often require an encroachment agreement that, allows the city to review the planned improvements and make sure that there's not conflicts with utilities or other city needs in the right of way.
Allison, I'm familiar with that section, and I've discussed it with the, various people at the city that enforce it. And when it comes to landscaping, bushes, lawn, whatever you're going to plant out there, they don't regulate that. If you're going to put something there that has some permanence to it, I guess, then they do. And then once the landscaping is there, they don't tell you to take it away.
They could, the point of the encroachment agreement is they could if they need to access the utilities or do road improvements.
Well, it does mention installation of a permanent nature is prohibited
Mhm.
without a permit. But
So I
Kate,
think what I want to get to here, though,
Mhm.
is I think this is actually a pretty big policy question. So if you look at the technical right of ways of every road, and Carolyn, we live near each other. So you look at 72nd, where I live, the roadway I think is 25 or 30 feet, like the paved roadway, but the right of way itself I think is 75 or 80, like more than double the paved travel lane. And so the policy question is, like, today you walk through First Hill and it's really quaint, and yes, the streets are a little bit narrow, but it feels very developed and homey. Imagine a 45-foot barren travel lane that's dedicated for parking, that we would be enforcing as a city. And the policy, is the way that you're presenting it, would basically go counter to, I think, a lot of your previous discussion, which is we want to actually see that unused space used. I personally would rather see trees and bushes than cars in that space. And if a car is parked in the travel lane in such a way that it is creating a safety hazard, it should be reported to the police and it will be actioned. There's no rule that says you can't park there, but there is rule that says that you cannot park in a way that is unsafe and creates a hazard. Even if it's in a legal spot and you're parking in a way that creates a hazard, it's still not legal. So, I think that there are tools that we could use or maybe inform the public about around this issue, but I'll add on to this one of the research projects that I did when I was in college in the late 90s was actually studying the impacts of improved and unimproved roadways as far as medians on the side, and roadways that are more of the design that we have in our neighborhood in First Hill, or similar to like what you'd see in Queen Anne, where the roadways are narrow and traffic is, or parking is actually, there's not a clear delineation between the travel lane and where parking is at. The safety is actually a magnitude higher because the speeds are drastically reduced, because people have to drive slower in those neighborhoods because of the design. And I know it's counterintuitive, but I'm happy to dig up some of the books and literature on sort of that phenomenon. So I'm pretty like staunchly against the improvement of our medians for a host of reasons, but those are like my two big ones. So what I think I'm hearing from you, though, is as a group, do we want to advocate for a policy change? And I think this is a very big one around how we're going to approach our unimproved rights of way around the city. Because by making this statement, I actually think it impels the city to actually have a plan on what to do with it.
And if I jump in here real quick, I would just reiterate the comment I heard from a previous commissioner. This doesn't feel like I think there's value in once the direction is decided to what you want to maybe make changes here, but this feels more like a city code issue to really have any enforcement around it. It feels like a municipal code, street design standards, development code in that place. And to be really clearly defined versus, using words like strive. That's just my 2 cents on this.
Yeah,
I
I
would
think
like
a
to-
policy here might be something like consider expanding improvements to shoulders or right of ways to provide additional parking in residential neighborhoods or something like that.
That's all I actually mean, Allison. So thank you for that clarification. I didn't actually mean, any sort of leaving the whole area as a parking strip. I'm talking about a new house is built. Part of their requirement is to leave, 8 to 10 feet of gravel for their FedEx truck to pull over on, or their UPS truck, or their people who are coming for dinner, because we can say that it's not great for cars to park there, but we all know they do come, So, and I think Kate was mentioning, she was concerned about the pedestrian. And I guess what I'm getting at is, because the vehicle is there, it's a great threat to the pedestrian, because they got nowhere to go but in the middle of the street. So anyway, I was, what Allison just said is kind of what I meant, just like, try to preserve enough space for, pedestrians and temporary vehicles to have access to houses. That's all I mean. So again, it's an open door. It's not specifying how to do it. It's just like, this is probably an area that needs some consideration.
Allison, can you restate the last statement that you made? That
Yeah, let me see if I can just type it here while I say it. Consider expanding parking in right-of-way. I don't know. I need to wordsmith it a little, but consider expanding roadside parking in the right-of-way.
Yeah,
we should probably say something about why. To provide
how about
safe
access to residences and safety for pedestrians, or something like that. But I mean, I'm sure that you could come up with the right way to say it.
Okay.
Look at it next draft.
I see there's two hands. I was going to ask for Adam. Go ahead while she's typing.
Okay, just two quick comments I wanted to make. One thing I had, for my one remaining comment on the other paper, I did actually have to pull and look at the city code for parking, 1902-020, and they do have minimum parking for like 3,000 square foot house must have 3 spots. A new less than 3,000 square foot house must have 2. So in my opinion, that's kind of sufficient. The other concern I would have with encouraging parking along the right of way would be, for parking on grass or something like that, I'd be worried about oil dripping from vehicles. I think vehicles should, if they're being parked, it should be encouraged on a driveway. And at least in my personal opinion, 1902-020 covers that for new construction. So just some more data on this discussion.
And that's the parking requirement that they have to have on their own property. So that's right inside their own property. But this that I'm talking about is just use of the public property, and how that could be used, because people, parking the road. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Curry.
Yeah, and sitting here listening to this, it sounds a lot like we're treating symptoms instead of treating the problem, right? The symptom is people are parking in the right of way because they've been allowed up to this point to do so. They've landscaped out, whatever it is, because they've been allowed to do so. If we already have code in place within the city, why don't we just enforce that code?
Well,
instead of trying to create additional rules and overhead and applying additional band-aids to a symptom.
So let me, just for the sake of time, rather than trying to solution too much here, is there enough consensus from the group that we should have staff sort of take this direction and provide a suggestion similar to what Allison has on the screen? Like, is there consensus that this is something that warrants being added to the draft for consideration. I've got one thumb. Anybody else feel compelled that this should be added? Okay. So what I'll say is, Carolyn, feel free to, wordsmith this a little bit more and have an amendment if you should feel that way. But I think the current consensus is that doesn't warrant a change right now.
Okay, thank you. The last one that I had in transportation element is irrelevant if this one is not, moving ahead. So that's it for transportation element.
All right. Thank you, Carolyn, for bringing those. There were several good ones there. Are there any other, before we move on to I got to look up my sheet here to the next one, which is related to land use. Are there any other comments on the transportation element and the items that are going to come forward to the next conversation? Great. Michael, thank you very much for all of this. Are you staying for the land use section as well, or you're just here for transportation?
I'm a transportation expert, not land use.
That's what I thought. So, well, thank you very much for your time this evening and helping walk us through this. And I'm sure we'll see you again at a future meeting.
All right, appreciate the time, everybody. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thanks.
All right, Allison, that brings us to item number 5 around the land use element. I'm hoping it doesn't take us 2 hours to get through this one as well, but we'll try to, I think, to move as quickly as possible through maybe an overview of the substantive comments that you received.
Yeah, and so I'll just caveat this with Adam Zach was the author of this document and did all of the revising. He's on vacation this week, so I'm presenting his work. And hopefully I'm going to be able to answer any questions folks have about why or how things were drafted a certain way. But I just wanted to let you know that up front, that I'm not the author. So let's see. I think I'll do this similar to how Michael just did the transportation element. I'm going to work through the draft and kind of highlight the places where changes were requested. Hopefully many of you will also have the comment matrix that you can look at on the side. We'll kind of refer back and forth. So this is the land use element. I had kind of skipped down here to page 13 where the first change was requested here in the town center section. So the way that this is written, there's kind of 2 alternatives presented side by side. One was the existing draft, and then the one in green is what was recommended by a commissioner. And so in this case, it's recommended to strike this provision here. I think the thinking was that this was kind of outdated. It talks about suburban sprawl, which I think someone didn't really like that phrase. And the staff recommendation was that it would be fine to remove this piece here. So,
is anyone in objection to removing the section identified? Okay, I'm not hearing.
Should I make it a little bigger? I see everybody's like squinting at their screen.
No, I thought the staff recommendation was to not remove.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think maybe I misunderstood then your last comment there. I thought you said that you agreed that.
I'm just making sure I'm looking at the right one. Double checking here. Yeah. It's the staff response was this land use issue appears to be outdated. Striking this issue is appropriate.
The description certainly does not characterize what the town center is, at least in its entirety today.
Town center has vast parking lots.
I mean, I think this was drafted prior to a lot of the redevelopment that's happened on the north end of town center when there were primarily strip malls with large parking lots, and that's now changed quite a bit in some areas of town center.
So these are just descriptions, correct? There's actually no like policy implications to any of this language.
Yeah, this language kind of just sets the stage, describes what we have now, and, you know, kind of helps prepare you for the policies of where we want to go in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we have two options, which is like staff just needs to review this and actually update it to a more current description, or we just need to strike it. Like those are the two options. Keeping it as it is, I don't think is a good. So with that, like how important are these descriptions? Are they referenced elsewhere in the document? If so, we should update them. And if not, then I don't know how these are used or referenced. So Kate.
Yeah, I was just gonna suggest the first thing you said, which is just revisit it and update the language. I think kicking off the section of town center talking about street improvements is a little awkward.
Okay, Carolyn.
That's what I was going to say as well.
Okay, is that too much of a issue, Allison? Just to maybe see if there's a quick update someone can.
Sure.
Okay.
We can do that. All right, moving on. The next one is here just below in this section about outside the town center, accessory dwelling units. And I think the change here was just adding the words as much at the end. So it's not disrupting character as much. So I think the suggestion was that, you know, adding accessory dwelling units does have some impact in residential neighborhoods.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, and I guess I'm looking at that comment. I definitely agree. I disagree with stating that there is no disruption to neighborhood character. Looking at my proposed revision as much, that's I guess bad wording because it's not compared to anything, but I do feel that this should articulate that there is some disruption to character. I know staff response was referred to 1902-030, which said that there are some laws on the books that deal with parking in hopes of keeping additional cars from those ADUs off the road. And if I may, if my reading of that number 9 of that law, I'm happy to read it if we want, but it basically says my reading of it is a single family with an ADU must follow the parking regulations for a single family house as if the ADU did not exist. So I'm not convinced by the Mercer Island City Code mitigates those issues. So I would strongly recommend that we have some articulation that this does impact the residential character.
Okay, Victor.
My only comment echoes what Adam said around the term as much, how we measure as much. So we should probably be a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
So my comment here would be without disrupting the character compared to what? Like it's suggesting that it's an option to something else, but I'm not sure. I mean, I know what it is, but it's not articulated well here. So as much as what? Like Okay.
other forms of increased density, perhaps.
Well, right, so that's the, like, I think where, if we're gonna look at this, I would just say, rather than trying to summarize it, like, let's be explicit, like, without impacting the character of our neighborhoods, you know, as much as other forms of increased density or something like that, right?
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Without impacting the character
Yeah.
as much as other forms of increased density.
I like disrupting, but
It's, again, this is just informational text. So
Yeah, I would go for impacting because, you know, it causes a change in the character, but, you know, disrupting is determining that it's very negative, and, you know, I think we should try to keep it open. It's just causing a change.
so we're, go ahead, Adam.
our last argument in favor of disrupting, I think it will add more cars onto the streets, and I think that is disruptive to the flow of traffic. So, piece of data in favor of disrupting.
Okay. All right, I think, you know, again, this isn't a specific policy. This is just background information. So the language here, I don't think is impacting any specific direction. So I'm not there. If you feel passionate about it, come back and suggest a change after the fact. But disrupting, I believe, is the language that's in there now. So in the effort to not disrupt too much, we'll leave it there. And if I don't hear anything else, sorry, I'm going to try to move us a little more quickly. Oh, autosave, Sipati.
I just hit save and it's very slow. So give me 5 seconds. There we go.
All right.
All right, scrolling down. Okay, now we are down here under circulation parking, goal 7. There's a small change suggested here to remove the word all. So it would read town center streets should provide for safe and convenient multimodal access to existing and future development in the town center.
I'm puzzled as how we got all the way to goal 6. I don't remember seeing us go through.
She's going through the comments that were provided, and there were none provided
okay,
on
I
those
see.
sections.
I
So
see.
we're skipping to the next
I'm
comment.
just skipping to the places where changes were recommended by a commissioner.
I don't know who made the comment here.
I believe this was Commissioner Murphy.
Mike, do you want to talk to this?
Yeah, that was just a practical comment that, you know, in terms of urban design, we may want to not make all streets fully multimodal in all capacities. It was just a simple change just to reflect the reality of a limited number of streets and space.
Okay. Yeah, there may be specific areas that just don't lend themselves to that sort of activity. Any objections here? I mean, this is in the goals section. And I think the language all is Allison is the existing language that's there, right? So
correct, yeah.
I don't know if this is a huge policy change, but do we have consensus that this is a reasonable? Okay. All right, I'm hearing no dissent. Cool.
Okie doke. Moving down to the public realm section here, goal 12. Number 12.2. Again, it's a fairly modest change here from encourage to incentivize the provision of on-site open space in private development. And clarifying this can include allowing development agreements and payment of a calculated amount of money as an alternative to the dedication of land. So I think here the comment we received was about kind of strengthening this provision, not just encouraging, but really trying to promote and make it happen. We want to have on-site open space.
So my question is first, incentivize is not a word. The proper way to say this would be to incent the provision, but that's just the English person in me. Is there a difference from a policy perspective between incent and promote? Like, does one connote a different level of obligation?
I think incent would connote some kind of financial or other benefit that would encourage someone to do this, whereas promote might just be more of a verbal encouragement or something.
It's raising awareness. Promoting is raising awareness.
And so is the intent in the original language with encourage, because it does talk about financial arrangements in there. I'm just wondering, are we changing the intent here? Is it making it, my guess is that we're trying to make that language stronger. But I just want to make sure that that's the intended direction.
Yeah, the intent was to make it stronger. If folks have a recommendation on a different word that would be even more strong, that would be fine.
Incentivize is a word, Dan.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh, it sounds awful.
Who made this comment then to change this, or
I did.
that's a
Commissioner
Michael,
Murphy.
You made that comment? Okay. So you want the city to be more definite about, making sure that there's open space in private developments. So you don't mean one lot, one house, but in multi-lot developments? Is that what you're getting at?
This is town center
Oh, I'm sorry. Town center. Okay,
or major developments.
okay. Okay, I knew I was sort of out of context. Thank you.
Any disagreement with Commissioner Murphy's direction here on just creating some stronger language around the dedication of land for open space and
Well,
okay.
I have a comment about it. Does the city not have, I would like to see the city require this type of open space in the town center for, new development. So neither of the words that are there, I don't think are really appropriate.
There is a code requirement for providing open space in town center developments. So
is that in response to this existing policy already, or is this new policy?
I think, there was an existing policy. It's just above there. It's worded slightly differently.
Okay.
But, they're meant to fit together and support each other.
Okay, so encourage, so it says encourage, but the code requires it. That's interesting. Well, I would say if we've got the code requiring it based on the word encourage, we're already home free. If people are in favor of this, that is. What is the reason to try to make the policy stronger?
Mike, do you want to?
Yeah, the original, I didn't draft this language. Staff drafted the language. My comment was simple, and that was encouraging public space is inadequate. It needs to be stronger. We need to be strongly incentivizing, sorry, Dan, the creation or dedication of such space and or their acquisition. So I was looking at, you know, a range of options to create, you know, more public spaces, particularly in the town center area, of a meaningful size, not just an alley walk through or a you know, small little fountain out front. So I think the wordsmithing is important here, and I did not attempt to do that, but it's something that staff could take another run at, because I'm not really wedded to any language at this point.
Okay, Victor.
So a question for Allison. I'm actually not aware of a code requirement for open space for new development. I'm aware of a code requirement for a public amenity, which could be open space like patio, but I'm not aware of any specific code amendment or code requirement for open space. Can you provide that? Either send it an email or
Yeah,
let us
why don't
know
I
about-
review the code and follow up with what the specific provision is? And as I'm thinking about it, I think, you know, it is maybe not an absolute requirement for all development in town center, but if you are going above 2 stories, then it triggers that whole array of design standards that include affordable housing, green building, a certain amount of greenery and landscaping. Yeah, all these different design features. So
But
why don't I just
Okay.
provide a little summary of that for you?
I'm not aware of open space on that list. I'm not aware of open space on that list. I'm aware of public amenity. So if you could just provide the language, that would be great. It doesn't have tonight, but if you could just send that would be great.
Carolyn.
I like the idea of adding open space, if possible, to that other list of things that Allison was just reading that are, you know, triggered by building to a certain height. But I'm not too comfortable with word incentivize, because usually when you incentivize, it means the public coffers lose money, or something happens that's potentially a negative to the public in order to get this open space. So I'm not very comfortable with the word incentivize. But I don't know what the word should be. And I like something stronger than encourage, so.
So let me do this. Like, again, we're still at a draft phase. I don't know as if we need to entirely wordsmith this. Do we have consensus that the language in this policy needs to be stronger than just the encouragement of this? And so as a goal, we, you know, if incentivizing is more directive, well, if it's not the right word, like is there consensus that we want this to be stronger? And if so, like, we can just give the direction to Allison and Adam to maybe just go and look and see if there's another more appropriate word that fits in with the rest of the document. No? Yes? Stronger language? Yes? All right, I see at least 4. Are you okay with that approach? Mike, you made the suggestion, right? Okay.
Yeah, and I'd like to add one further comment on it.
Sure.
Is this meant to be public open space or open space for the people that live in the development or this or that? If it's public, maybe it should say public. Public access. Anybody know?
Well, it mentions at the top of the goal about accessible outdoor spaces. And so to me, accessible equates public, but
Yeah, and it's under public realm. So, but I do think it would be important to add that word into the language. Because you're saying open space in private development.
Yeah, and when we talk about that from a code perspective, it usually means private open space.
Interesting, but then maybe that doesn't belong in the public realm here, where it's
But
appeared.
we just need to clarify what it actually means.
Yeah, thank you.
okay. Allison, do you have enough direction on that item?
Mm-hmm. One moment, I'm just taking in some notes.
No problem.
Okay.
That was the great part of having Jenny when she was on. We had the transcripts always from, we could go back and reference.
Yeah, although Zoom just automatically does transcripts now, so that's cool.
That's good.
Okay, so now we're in outside the town center. Goal 15. It's talking about kind of the low density residential character. Multifamily areas will continue to be low rise apartments and condos and duplex triplex designs. The suggestion here is to strike out this part about the commercial office zone. And then add it back here. I think it's really just clarifying the sentence structure because it was kind of confusing.
Can you scroll that up so we can see all three varieties of that version?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem.
And so then Adam had just recommended a little different wording here, just felt it made it a little more clear. Confine low-rise apartments, condos, and duplex triplex designs to those areas already designated as multifamily and mixed-use zones. This mixed multifamily and mixed use is something that we came up with in a couple other places. I think in the housing element, there was a lot of references to different zones. Commercial office zone allows multifamily housing. That's the key thing to know. So it's already a zone that allows multifamily. You can kind of clean up the language with that understanding.
Any comments? I kind of like the simplicity of number 3, but Victor?
Just a clarifying question. We have a zone called mixed use.
We don't, but the town center zones are considered mixed use because they allow both commercial and housing.
Right. But the wording here refers to a mixed use zone, which you just
Yeah,
said
I mean,
doesn't
that's
exist.
like a multifamily or a mixed use are sort of types of zones rather than the name of a specific zone. So it'd be zones that allow multifamily housing or mixed uses, which usually refers to multifamily housing and commercial.
I think rather than using the shorthand, I would advocate for being explicit in here.
The alternative here would be multifamily or zones with mixed uses.
That might help.
Or a combination of uses, right? If you want to not like overuse mixed use, you say multifamily or a combination of uses, something like that might be an alternate. Carolyn?
I think the wording in the blue version there is more clear and explicit, and maybe with the changes that you're suggesting to address what Victor mentioned, that might be a good improvement as well.
Okay. Kate?
I'm just noticing that this statement with the duplex portion of it anyway is in conflict with the recommendations of the housing needs assessment.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that some of the existing policies in this section may need another look after we finish working on the housing element, because yeah, there might need to be some redirection in how we're thinking of things depending on where things land with the housing element.
Yeah, I don't want to presuppose how council's going to act on that. They had pretty strong reaction to the hearing on it. So I don't know that we can finalize the language on this until
Yeah, and I'll just say
council
that
makes some policy choices there.
it would be okay to leave it how it is now, with the recognition that staff may propose some additional changes, you know, several months down the line once we are looking for internal consistency between the draft elements.
I guess that's kind of a question about our role in these processes. Like, is our role as a planning commission to make recommendations based on what we've seen from the housing needs assessment? Like, do we propose things like, oh, we should follow what the consultant recommended, or do we just sit on that until council's had time to act on that report?
Well, so the council's not going to act on the housing needs assessment. It's just a report that provides data to inform the process. But the housing working group will be drafting a housing element, and that housing element will then come to the planning commission for further review. And depending on where that draft lands after the commission reviews it, we may say, oh, we need to go back to the land use element, because remember that policy about multifamily housing? I don't think it aligns with where this housing element is now.
Okay, so discussion about what's going to happen with the recommendations of that report happens at the housing work group and then comes back to us. We don't talk about that here.
I mean, you all will discuss the draft that the housing working group has developed. They're going to recommend it to you.
But that comes back
and
to
then
us. We're not
then
talking
you get a
about it
chance
right
to
now.
review it, and then you'll
Okay.
make recommendations to the city council eventually.
Okay, sounds good. Then I have no comment.
Commissioner Curry.
I like what Victor mentioned about being just explicit. Let's not add any ambiguity in the verbiage itself. And again, as a business owner himself, he's bringing up, we have mixed use zones. So if he's doing that, there'll be other business units that do it the same way, right? So just be explicit with it and just basically call a duck a duck. So I would second what Victor said.
Okay, so I think the direction here, Allison, is let's just clarify the language there around how we're referring to zones. We don't actually have zones that are named in the way that they are there. So let's clarify that, and then just pin this, because we know we're going to have to come back and revisit maybe this whole section likely in response to the housing needs assessment.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're down in goal 16, which is about achieving additional residential capacity in single family zones through flexible land use techniques and land use entitlement regulations. Come down here to 16.7. I believe this was a recommendation for a new policy. Green is what was suggested by, I believe, Commissioner Murphy. Eliminate unnecessary barriers and create exceptions and or variance options to regulations that would otherwise prevent improvements to existing homes, to allow owners to enjoy the full utility of existing lots, preserve value, and avoid the incentive to remove and replace existing homes. Adam suggested this blue text as an alternative, reading, ensure development regulations allow the improvement of existing homes and do not create incentives to remove or replace existing homes. So that was just an attempt to kind of simplify and be a little more brief.
Let me, Commissioner Curry, I think that's your old hand. Is that correct? And then, Mike, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I think, we're all aware of the fact that there's a great deal of pushback to allow any type of increased density in the residential neighborhoods. So that creates a real strong incentive to either ultimately tear down homes. But I think it's a more effective use of our housing stock to allow people to improve homes in ways that maximize their value and maximize their utility, especially older homes. And, having built a new home in the last few years on old existing lot, I become familiar with that, and I know many other people who have encountered problems with that. And there are various barriers to doing that. And I don't think that's a good public policy, especially if we're not going to be part of the solution by adding housing stock with, say, townhomes or things like that. We ought to be improving housing stock to be useful to island residents. And I think we have to be more proactive in terms of eliminating barriers and creating options where there are regulations that would otherwise prevent improvements that don't infringe or inflict anything on neighbors. And I think that's really necessary. I think Adam's attempt at a simplicity, which I would be normally in favor of, is good, but I think it is too vague because it doesn't really get to the point of being proactive about allowing people to, effectively redevelop, not necessarily redevelop, but improve their homes in ways that will make them more functional and useful in the long run.
Adam?
Yeah, I like staff's suggestion here. Seeing that eliminate unnecessary barriers, to me, that's actually kind of vague. It's like unnecessary to someone focused on the environment, unnecessary to someone focused, maybe someone doesn't care about the environment and they think environmental barriers are unnecessary. I like staff's proposal there for clarity. I think the housing element talks about goals of like retain existing housing stock. So maybe instead of having a negative here, we say, that allow the improvement of existing homes to promote maintaining existing housing stock, or whatever is the verbiage in the housing element. So yeah, my thoughts.
Carolyn?
When the code was last updated, the development code, there was a real strong goal to remove uncertainties like deviations and variances, really make it clear what the code said, and I think that that's been quite successful. I mean, you really do know how big of a house you can build on a certain piece of property. And, you're not living, we need to also think about the people who live near the property being remodeled. Codes are not only to allow people to do things, but they're to protect the public. So when you live near a new development, it's nice to know what you're going to be faced with instead of be surprised. Oh, because this is a remodel, they get to do something more. So I like the simplicity and the clarity of our code as it is. Remodels, don't think they add housing stock, unless I'm misunderstanding there. I do like the clear language that Adam has proposed here, and it's positively stated, and don't put up barriers, but I think it's good language.
Victor?
Hey, just a quick question from Mike. Can you just give a few examples of the barriers you're talking about?
You know, there can be barriers about, you know, with respect to impervious surface and things of that nature that are minor, but there's really no way to get variances for some of these things that would have no impact otherwise, but that really create a burden and a problem. Even, you know, building in proximity to underground storm drains can be a problem and there's no variance process for that. So I think the issue of variances, I understand this notion of having it clear and simple, but clear and simple doesn't always work when you're trying to create space for people. And the notion, Carolyn's point about, I don't agree with her comment that it doesn't create new housing stock. If you turn you know, an old one-story, two-bedroom home into a four-bedroom family home, you have created new housing stock in effect. And so I think, you know, this is the type of thing that needs to be looked at more closely, given the antipathy on the island to allow slightly more density in some of the residential neighborhoods.
So you're advocating for basically a variance process, right?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm got it?
Well, I think this is a broad policy statement, and it would be to look at these things and look at the code and then identify areas where they can create opportunities and options to allow people to enhance homes to create longevity and greater capacity.
Got it.
So and if I can just add, and I see there's other hands and I'll call on you in a sec. I wanted to add to the question you had, Victor, around examples. As someone who owns a house from the mid 1940s, the example I have is if you want to, current regulations say that if you make improvements to your dwelling that are equal to 50% of the value or greater, you have to sprinkler your entire house. The problem is that a house, even my house today, with the values that they are, is only worth on paper $150,000. That's the improved value, right? So when I go to do a bedroom and a bathroom addition on the side of my house to increase it from 1,100 square feet to 1,400 square feet, the value exceeded the $75,000 threshold and was going to come into now an additional $100,000 or more in having to sprinkler a house. That on paper, like, it sounds like that's a great idea, but at that point I'm spending as much money as it would cost for me to just tear down my house and build, you know, invest a little bit more and build more. Most sane people would not have gone through that exercise. So beyond Mike's pointing and why I don't like the language that he's proposed and do like the language that Adam has proposed, is beyond proposals of variances, there are actually codes that are on the books that, while well-intended, have the unintended consequence of basically people saying, well, it's not worth trying to retrofit my house because of these regulations. I might as well just tear it down and rebuild. And so for me, I would just make the note that I would potentially even add some language here around not creating unintended incentives, because I don't think that a lot of the language is ever explicit in causing the situation, but I don't think we're giving enough credence to the unintended consequence of some of the well-intended development regulations that we do have on the books. Like, they're working against each other. So, Kate.
Hi, yeah. The other insane way to get around that problem is that you do 100% of the labor yourself, which is what we do. And it's grueling, pain in the neck. So it's just really hard. I can give another example too. Our friends wanted to expand their house, just add a little crow's nest master bedroom to help out a child that was going to be living at home longer than expected. Life happens. And they couldn't, the process was so arduous, and they started running into this sprinkler system thing. And they ended up moving and selling the house and buying a different house. The person who bought it just tore it down, and their house was not an expensive house on Mercer Island standards. And now that house is very expensive. So if people are just tearing these things down and rebuilding, it works against our affordability goals. So I think the idea that we're preserving what relatively affordable housing there is by allowing people to remodel. We have friends on the South End too, who their kids wanted to stay close. So they popped up a floor, and I think they did get a variance. So now they have two families living in one house. So they have added housing stock by having two families. So there's a lot of ways that remodeling can work in our favor, both for affordability and for increasing stock, mainly within a family, but still it's there. I think it's a good idea.
Carolyn?
Yeah, so I think Kate just kind of tied a whole lot of things together that were in my mind. I didn't mean to indicate that remodels don't add new housing stock. I just meant to say they don't add additional housing stock. But Kate has pointed out how in some ways they may. But this, and I thought maybe we're sort of conflating, a pro remodeling stance with kind of some people would like to see greater density. And I think this is getting a bit tangled up. But, and also more bedrooms don't provide more density. People with big houses with lots of bedrooms quite often are not using those at all. Anyway, I think I'll just quit right there. Just a couple of reflections.
All right, so if I can summarize, I'm hearing from enough people that I think the intent of Vice Chair Murphy's policy here, which is sort of around having a better view to either finding ways to retain or at least understand what policies do exist so that we're not unintentionally getting rid of more of our existing housing stock. And I'm paraphrasing Mike, so please call me out if I'm misrepresenting anything. But it seems like there's consensus that this concept warrants inclusion. And I think it really comes down to the level of specificity and detail that we have in here. Does anyone have any? I heard a number of people showing support for the staff version of this. Were there 4 people in favor of sort of that direction versus the other direction, at least for the next round of conversation? If I can see a thumb, if you're sort of in favor of the staff's recommendation. So I've got 4. And then Mike, if you want to come back with some, more exacting language beyond that.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, my only concern is, or not my only, but one of my concerns with Zach's language is it's not clear if he's only referring to new regulations or existing regulations. And I think what we're talking about here tonight is both old and new. And so I think we should clarify that as well. And, I'll work with that, but I think given that clarification, I think we can definitely work with what Zach's done.
Great. And I'll concede that I think that's probably a good clarification to make. So I saw Allison writing a note there. Good. All right. Where else do we need to go, Allison?
Okay, so this is goal 17. With the exception of allowing residential development, commercial designations and permitted uses under current zoning will not change. This was a recommendation. I believe this is the one that came from Amy Lavin of the JCC, to edit 17.4 to say that development regulations shall support the desire to modernize and retain viable and healthy social, recreational, and educational. I think there's a comma missing there. Health, social, recreational, educational, and religious organizations as community assets, which are essential for the mental, physical, and spiritual health of Mercer Island. So I think the key phrase there is it shall support the desire to modernize and retain.
Any comments, Carolyn?
Yeah. Okay, I'm in favor of this change. I think these institutions that are throughout our residential area, and in this case, it's a commercial office zone. They're so vital to our community, and they do need to be able to modernize. And I think seeking that kind of support in the comp plan is really good.
Okay, Victor?
I'm I'm unclear what we're trying to achieve here. Do our development regulations not support that? Yeah, I'm unclear what
So I'm gonna go out on a limb, Victor. The only change here is the language around modernizing, and then the change of the should to shall,
Right.
which is more directive. And so
Right.
I can't speak on behalf
the shall
of,
is pretty powerful.
yeah, and I take exception to the shall change, but I think the more salient part of this is given the exercise that we went through in the organization that Amy Lavin represents, being the JCC and that complex of folks. I know they're trying to strive through this language that basically they're trying to modernize, and I think feel like the code is working against them. And so this, I think, is a way for them to codify in policy that maybe our policies need to be changed in order to support those activities in a more substantive way. That's why the shall language and the modernization language are probably being added. Again, that's my conjecture and my interpretation of it, given the exercise that we went through a couple of years ago with that organization. So
I guess my comment on this is the shall language is fairly strong, and I like, as you said, I concur with you. I take exception to it. It's a fairly significant change. And I'm kind of I'm unclear as to how far do we go with this.
Any other thoughts, Adam?
Yeah, as systems engineer, we deal with should and shall statements, and yeah, I'll just echo shall is very powerful. Should is here's the intent. So looking at this, I would push back on the shall, but I do understand a desire to modernize. I think that ties into our previous discussion. So I would suggest adding the modernize language, but absolutely staying away from the shall.
Any other thoughts, Commissioner Curry?
Yes, I'm curious about what modernize mean. Does modernize mean go bigger within the community, or is it just within the walls that currently exist? Because if it is, nothing prevents them from doing that. I don't think. But I think there was a big dust up just recently, right, within the last year or two, about the JCC want to expand. And I wonder if this language right here is trying to find a loophole within us.
So we could spend, and some of us spent hundreds of hours deliberating the merits of the proposals related to the JCC. So I won't provide any conjecture on their intent. I think it was interpreted by some people to mean one thing and was not by others. I would not interpret modernization as expansion. I think those are two sort of discrete concepts. So I on the surface don't have an issue with modernization without more clarity around a definition. We don't use it anywhere else in the document, to my knowledge, at least in this usage. So it would be interesting to know whether or not we need to define something like that. But I'm hearing general consensus that the language around shall we shouldn't include. And then the question I would have, so if we have consensus that we do not use the shall language, is there at least enough consensus around modernization that it warrants a further discussion in front of the public in sort of proposing this in a public draft that would spur commentary that we could then take action on further? So I guess that would be my question. I see Carolyn has a hand up. Do you have more to that, or?
Well, I was going to say that in terms of just looking for, general support in the community for an organization like a JCC or a club or churches and so on, the way it is worded now is a little bit meaningless. It says that it should reflect this desire to retain. I mean, retain is kind of like, what does that mean for a city? But to support modernizing, okay, that says something. That says we'd like to see you in our community. We'd like to see you work into the future so you can be here. And so, I mean, it seems to say something. So I'm all in favor of the modernizing word.
So I see Allison has updated the first version of 17.4, the second sentence, which reads, development regulation should support the desire to modernize and retain viable and healthy social, recreational, educational, et cetera. Is there, I think this reflects the direction that the conversation's been going. Is there consensus that this is an okay direction, or do we need more discussion? Okay, I see 5. And again, we're going to have a lot more time to dig into the details of this when we actually take a vote and all that stuff. So,
And I suspect we'll probably hear some public comment on this issue. So
I can't imagine. Victor, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a request. It would be good if we could just get, and again, not tonight, but when we have the next reading, it would be great to just get a little bit more clarity to on around term modernize and what we actually mean by that. I think Commissioner Hurry brought up the issue, and so I'd like to better understand what that means.
Kate?
Yeah, I just I think it's interesting because the original language that says retain viable, I'd be more I don't necessarily agree that it's problematic, but I think modernized is less problematic for the reason being stated, like the fear of expansion, than retain viable. I mean, to remain economically viable, a lot of programs need to expand and change and shift. So I don't know, does viable have a definition? economically viable is changing pretty rapidly. I don't have a problem with modernize is what I'm saying. I think if you're going to pick apart the language, viable is a little more problematic. Not that I think it is.
I can point you back to some meetings that we had a few years ago where that was discussed at length. And I'm not sure we have any greater clarity. I think Mike, you were a part of the process at the time. I know Carolyn was, so yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, just looking at the clock, Allison, if we want to keep moving forward.
Yep. All right, so goal 18 here is about natural environment. 18.1, there was this addition of the word natural for natural water courses. I believe this was a recommendation from Commissioner Murphy. And it's actually the same suggestion down here on 18.4, again, adding the word natural before water courses.
So this is one, I think, getting to the comment about definitions, Allison. I mean, we have pretty discrete definitions around water courses and hazard areas and slopes and shorelines. How does introducing this language change that at all? Do we make a distinction in any of our definitions around, like, I wouldn't even know what an unnatural water course is,
Yeah.
other than maybe a culvert, but
I mean, I'm guessing that Commissioner Murphy was trying to distinguish between piped water courses and unpiped water courses, but maybe he could speak to that more specifically.
Yeah. So this section is the natural environment policies. We are the only city in the state, as far as I can tell, or at least the only city in the region that has created this category called piped water courses. And we have natural and piped water courses. Piped water courses are simply storm drains, because the way they've been designated in the city, virtually every storm drain is a piped water course. And they have no natural function or ecological function other than to convey stormwater away from streets and buildings. And so they don't belong under this section of the code. And they don't need to be protected as environmentally sensitive areas, as in 18.1, nor do they have an environmental ecological function to be protected under 18.4. So I wanted to just make it clear that the goals here are dealing with our natural water courses, not our storm drains.
Allison, do we have in our definitions, do we break out natural water courses and piped water courses? Are they defined?
There's 4 types. There's piped water courses, and then there's 4 other types of water courses that are daylighted. So there's different extreme bed characteristics that are defined in the code. And I will say that there are water courses in Mercer Island that have portions where it's piped and portions where it's not piped.
So I get what Vice Chair Murphy is saying. I'm just wondering if this language is correct to get to where he's going. And so I'll take Carolyn's comment, and then I'm going to suggest an approach. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Is it not the case that some piped water courses contain natural flows?
Many do.
And the other thing I would be concerned about is any change in this category. It's a very scientific consideration, and it's very complicated. I would like to see greater explanation by staff before considering any sort of change like this.
Well, there's very little science involved in storm drains running off of streets, other than the flow rate and the size of the pipe. What we're dealing with here is natural environment policies, and we need to focus on that and not be using this as a means of restricting activities that may come near piped watercourses. In other words, storm drains.
Kate,
I think we have a significant amount of stormwater that goes into pipes and then out to Lake Washington and is part of just our flow of water. It's almost a bit of an existential debate. Are humans part of nature or not a part of nature? But I would be very concerned that this might impact protections to water that's going into those pipes. We know that brake dust and lots of other things are extremely harmful to salmonids that visit our shorelines in the rearing phase. This language makes me nervous. All the water going into these pipes ends up going out to the ocean at some point. So if it would in any way limit protections to that water, particularly the water quality, I'd be very concerned.
I don't think it would affect water quality in any way, because any of the portions that are natural water courses would continue to be protected. All your stormwater runoff from the streets, from the houses, from everywhere on the island literally ends up in Lake Washington in one way or another. And so it doesn't really matter. What does matter is the treatment of piped water courses has somehow, or has storm drains as part of the environment area that must be protected. It has created a real problem in the code and impacted the ability of people to do as simple work on a driveway because there's a storm drain that runs underneath. The code is problematic, and this is essential to lay the foundation to clarify that the goal here is to protect the natural water courses, whether they're in a system that's partially piped or not, but we're not protecting the environment of an underground storm drain. We're protecting the water in that because that comes in natural water courses throughout the island. But you know, I've looked at the stormwater system very extensively, and right now the current system of regulation is really screwed up, to be specific. And this is the I think an important step to rationalize that system of regulation.
I don't agree necessarily with the construct, the logical construct. I would want to know, I would prefer to understand better, maybe staff can help out with this next time, what the consequences of this language change would be. It just seems very disconcerting to me. Any water that's making its way to Lake Washington needs to be protected. I don't care what kind of pipe it's in or open water conveyance.
Yeah, the issue is not protecting the water. It's allowing uses in the vicinity of underground storm lines. Not even this would not affect activities that would be in the vicinity of open water courses. this would ensure the continued sensitivity and protection of that.
So just for the sake of time, since we're like just short of 10 o'clock, what I might just do is get a sense of, I haven't done the research that Mike has done on this, but I'm not sure there's a problem here that needs to be resolved. And so I guess would posit the question here, like, do enough people feel like the change in language that Commissioner Murphy is suggesting warrants moving this to a public conversation during the public hearing and the next draft of this? And clearly there's dialogue being had. So if you think it warrants that we need to continue the conversation, then raise your thumb and we'll include it so that we can continue the conversation. And if you don't think it warrants the conversation, then we'll take it out. So I've got 3 in favor of retaining it to move it forward to discussion. Is that to indicate that the other members say no? I'm gathering. Okay, so
I guess I don't understand the difference between, there's some things that we've decided that staff's going to take another crack at. This seems like a completely different category of moving it to the public conversation.
Well,
I don't understand the goal here.
all of this is about what we're moving forward, and some of these things were just about, hey, we need staff to just, we're in principle in agreement with the direction, and staff just needs to work on the exacting language. Versus here, like, I get the sense that that we need to just have, like, to me this sounds like a really big change, and I'm not sure it serves any purpose. Like, I get that Mike sees that there is, but like, I'm not convinced. Like, it's a one-word change that I think is going to end up, it's already turned into a longer conversation than I thought it was going to be. And I think potentially has the potential to be a huge policy shift for us. And so, if people feel like it warrants, that there's enough there that it warrants that we need to have staff go and do some of the work to bring to us the questions that you've asked, Kate, and others have said, like, hey, we need more information about like what the actual impact of a single wording change like this would have. Like, it's going to consume some resources from the staff. If we feel like it's important enough for all that work to be done, then let's ask the staff to do that work, meaning let's move it forward to the public comment period. But if we don't think that
okay, I thought you were saying bring this issue in front of the public.
Well, that's what I mean, is that it's going to go to the public hearing.
It'll stay in the draft.
It's not baked.
No. Sorry, 10 o'clock, and I'm not being as precise with my language as possible. When I said that, I meant, like, do we move this forward to a public hearing for our next discussion and conversation? So was that you in agreement with moving it, like doing that work?
No, that was not me in agreement. That was me saying,
oh,
I'm shutting up.
Carolyn, is your hand new, or
Well,
was that
that was up for remaining discussion, but looks like the discussion is over, and we're trying to decide if this is how many thumbs you have up to move this forward. I'm not clear.
Yeah, I don't want to solve this.
Thought we
It's
already
really
took a
just
vote.
like, or do enough people feel like we need to continue this conversation to ask the staff to do the work to answer a bunch of the questions here? Because we're not voting on it tonight. It's just, do we want to include this in the draft that goes to the public hearing? So I had 1, 2, Victor, you had your thumb up, I believe. Yes, move this forward. Adam, Carolyn, Kate, do you not agree with the language and don't want to move it forward? Okay, I'm not a fan of it. So again, Mike, this is one, if you want to engage additional conversation with the staff to understand this more and propose something. You're at liberty to do that. Allison, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
And I would say that applies to 18.4 as well.
Yeah, I'm grouping 18.1 and 18.4 together here because it's essentially the same edit.
And I would just say, like, if you can come back with a better definition, Mike, of how the city classifies these things in a way that makes sense, then it might make a more compelling case. Okay, Allison, 18.5.
18.5. So this is just another suggested edit to remove this 8-year timeline here. So the existing language said the regulations would be updated periodically to incorporate new information, minimum every 8 years, it's required by the Growth Management Act. Oh, and I'm just reading Adam's little note here. The actual change here, I had that wrong, is just removing the S from critical area to have more correct grammar. So
Minor typo. That was all
Yeah.
it was. Yeah.
does anyone have an objection to that? I think that's a simple one.
Okay.
Okay. I can't remember if there's anything else down here. I just have to scroll through. Yes, here we go. Okay, so we're in parks and open space policies now, and the goal is continue to maintain the island's unique quality of life through open space preservation, park and trail development, and well-designed public facilities. The proposed change here is to strike 20.12, pursue a trail lease agreement from the Washington State Department of Transportation to allow for the development of a 90 connector trail to establish a pedestrian connection between Luther, Burbank, and Town Center. I believe that this has already been pursued, if I'm correct. And I've lost my page here with the comments. I need to find that back. So I can reference what that
PC2 looks
actually-
like it goes to one of mine. So probably my
Yeah.
question was this something that was done last time? This was updated and
Yeah.
then has since occurred. So that
I know Adam checked into this with our Parks Department. I recall that this was added to the comp plan at some point several years ago to support a grant that the Parks Department was applying for from the state to actually do this connection. I believe that it was completed, and that's the reason why Adam went ahead and struck
And
this.
that was the nature of it. Nothing
Mhm.
nothing opposed to the actual, trail.
Right.
Just
I
if
think
it's already
the
been
actual
pursued.
connection has been made, and so we no longer need to keep this language here.
Cool.
I think going fast, I think that might have been it. I just want to make sure there's nothing hanging out down here in the very bottom. Yeah, that was the
And-
last one.
And then I think there
Okay,
were one
so-
or two additional ones from.
Yeah, I know Carolyn has some other things. Did I cover everything from that existing set of comments from Mike Murphy and Adam Rakehead? Okay. Let's see, Carolyn, did you want me to pull yours up?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1 second. Let me find it here. Come on over to this screen.
Let's skip the part under climate change. I'll just call you and ask you about that one, Allison.
Okay.
Okay. Land use policies, town center, 2.2. This one, I felt that the existing phrase was incorrect. we're not actually preserving the existing quantity of commercial square footage in the town center as new development occurs. We're only promoting a minimum standard in new development, and we're preserving the existing quantity in recently developed properties. So I checked this with Jeff Thomas today, and he did think it needed to be changed. So this is what I'm proposing to be more accurate as to the actual outcome of the town center work that was done last winter. It's still being done.
I think that sounds consistent with whether the exact language is perfect, but it does sound like what was there before definitely was inconsistent with what we were just doing with the town center update. And if Jeff reviewed this,
Review this language, but the concept, I ran the concept by him and he said, yeah, it needs to be changed.
yeah. Anybody have an issue with just updating 2.2 to be more reflective of the town center code changes that were just passed? Okay.
Now, if you go down to 14.10, which basically kind of says the same thing, I just add a note here to my way of thinking. The easiest thing to do would just be to put the same policy you have in 2.2 in 14.10. Because we're saying the same thing basically in two different places.
Commissioner Curry?
I'm a little confused. So if you're building new development and you say the existing footage was 1,500 square feet, you can't build more than 1,500. It has to be 1,500 exactly, or you're saying it can't be anything less than 1,500, but it can be more than that.
Yeah, you can put in more commercial space, I guess, if you want to, but this is directed towards preserving a minimum amount of commercial space. And in buildings that don't already meet the minimum, they would have to add more in a redevelopment.
And this is that Commissioner Curry is something that the council adopted. That's the issue we talked about in the beginning that takes effect December 1st. And so they've already done that. I think this is just about how do we bring these policies into congruency with the updated code that they've recently adopted. Allison, without saying the context of 1410, are you in agreement that likely we would need to update that language as well?
Yeah, I'll take a look at these and, make sure everything looks okay and maybe wordsmith a tiny bit. But I think, in general, I'm in agreement with these changes.
Okay. So on that premise, do I have 4 people in agreement with updating the language of these to reflect the updated town center code? Okay, I've got at least 5, so 15.1.
Okay. This one, I just felt that it was too severe, the way it was originally worded, preserving the existing conditions in the single-family residential zones. In the comp plan, we usually talk about preserving the character. I mean, existing conditions is very, very specific and minute. So that's just a proposal I'm putting out there for you to consider.
Any comments, Adam?
Preserve the existing character in the single family residential zones.
Oh yeah, I forgot to, well, maybe I meant to say existing character and forgot to put the Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, existing
Yeah,
character.
makes sense to me,
Right.
conditions to character, yeah, but
Yeah.
I like retaining existing.
Okay. Preserve the existing character of the single-family residential zones. That's probably what I should have said.
Okay. I think that's congruent with the way we refer to this in other places in the code. So I have 4 people in agreement that that's an okay change. Great. 16.1, this looks like a pretty simple scrivener's error of something like, I know we've changed housing to dwelling
Yeah.
sort of it broadly across. It looks like maybe it got missed here. Allison,
Yeah.
are you aware of any specific reason why that language might have been different here?
I think it was just an oversight. I think this is a good catch.
And in 16.4, I'm not used to the term single-family district, so I just said zones, but I'm not sure zones is the right word either.
I think zones is probably more consistent with how it's
Okay.
presented in other areas. Yeah.
Okay. If you could call up goal 17, well, yeah, goal 17, wait, never mind. You don't need to go to your document. Okay.
Looks like you've got it there. Is that what you're
Yeah,
looking
I
for?
guess I copied it in. So I just couldn't figure out what is that goal? What is this about? Understand it.
I think it's trying to say that
Huh.
the commercial areas, the zoning of the commercial areas should not change other than you could allow residential development there.
Did I mistakenly not copy in a policy number, or is this actually text that's attached to a goal? Because that's unusual.
This here, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I think that's the actual goal.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I agree that the wording is cumbersome, awkward.
Okay. If you might be able to, I would propose rewording it so that it's very clearly and easy to understand, whatever it means.
Victor?
So on this one, I'm confused. Because to me, the way it reads is don't make changes unless we make changes.
Well, I don't know, Allison, what is the title of 17, like the section title?
Yeah, let
Because
me.
that'll probably give us more context to the statement. Like there's a modifier in there that's not being spelled out, but it's certainly.
There it is.
I mean, it's talking about the commercial zones and what you can do in them. So I think it's trying to say that the permitted uses in the commercial areas should not change.
If you could get the back end of this sentence moved to the front and the front end of this sentence moved to the back, maybe it would be easier to understand.
Yeah, we can take a crack at rewording that for more clarity.
Okay.
Yeah, if you guys can do the research and understand sort of what
Yeah.
the intent of the whole section is, I think
Yeah,
that's a
I
good.
mean, I don't know if we can figure out what the intent was when it was drafted, but we can read all the policies and then try to figure out what would be the actual goal that represents that.
Yeah. I think everyone's in agreement that doesn't make a whole lot of sense the way it's written. Okay, that's a good
Okay.
call out. Were there any others on that?
Do you have anything else here, Caroline? Oh, yeah.
Just this 17.4, this is the policy we were talking about in relation to JCC. And I just added a Y to the end of healthy, but I think you've already
I caught that when we were talking
Caught
about it.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fixed already. And then the last one here, oh, well, two things. Under the parks and open space policies, it just says that the PROS plan and the PED bicycle plan will be updated periodically, but just this last year, the council adopted a policy that says that the bike facility plan should be updated every 8 years. So far, I don't see that in the comp plan anywhere. And if it's supposed to be a comp plan amendment, it needs to be in here somewhere. Is this the place it should be, or should it be in that other thing we were talking about under transportation? I think it belongs there rather than here.
Yeah, I think anything about the timeline,
Mhm.
the number of years should go in the implementation strategy.
But if
We
the
can-
council did adopt every 8 years as a comp plan amendment, it should be in the comp plan somewhere.
Wait, you're saying the council adopted that as a comp plan amendment?
Yeah, it was in the docket, and it was brought to the council.
It was in the docket, but I
thought it
don't
was
think
adopted.
it was docketed.
Oh, it was docketed. The updating the PED bicycle plan to every 8 years and to be responsive to the arrival of light rail was the phrase. And it was docketed. And I think the council adopted it. So,
I mean, you all would have reviewed that if it was docketed.
yeah,
We would have brought you a code amendment or a comp plan amendment.
okay.
So my understanding is that was not added to the final docket because the
Oh,
council felt that it could be addressed through the process of updating the comp plan, which we were already planning to do.
okay. Well, then since we're already updating the comp plan and that's where they thought we should deal with it, maybe we should deal with it right here, except for put it in the transportation element instead of in the parks and open space element.
So the only comment I have there is I think the statement that staff made in the beginning is we're trying to remove the specificity of timelines in the comp plan, but rather give direction to, at least that's what I understood. Correct me if I'm
Okay.
wrong, Allison.
That's correct.
So how do we deal with the situation? Now, the bike community here on the island is, it's been said to me many times that the PED bicycle facility plan is outdated. And how do we get this? I mean, how do we prevent that from happening? I don't know.
I mean, I've got a lot of thoughts about this topic. I
Okay.
mean, I agree with you that the PED bike plan is outdated and needs to be updated. I think the tricky part about this is that really becomes a budget issue, and putting a number like 8 years in a policy document, it doesn't really have teeth and it doesn't really get us anything. It just
Yeah.
will kind of look bad once time has passed and maybe we haven't done what we said we were going to do. But I think, having an implementation strategy with specific timelines that can then be used to inform a budget process is a bit more useful. But where the rubber meets the road is a biennial budget every 2 years.
Mhm.
And so if folks are wanting to advocate for things to happen, that is the place that it should be happening.
Okay, I will talk to those folks about it because they're just this year opened up this flood of money for grants for doing stuff for bicycle facilities. But you have a very outdated bike ped plan to even be designing what, to seek those grant funds. In fact, maybe they might not even give you the grant funds if your bike ped plan is 10 years old. So yeah, I'll suggest to those folks that they got a lobby for, maybe getting that plan updated sooner than 2026, if that's possible. Okay. So the last thing I had here was, should the arts and culture plan be adopted here by reference? I'm a little puzzled because there's a whole section on arts and culture, but it doesn't mention to adopt the plan by reference. Where do you do that?
I thought that it was adopted by reference, so I'm going to need to look at that in more detail. I agree that it is a good idea.
And I guess that might be consistent for all sorts of plans that are adopted by reference. would seem that there should be some consistent place where you would see that.
Yeah, I mean, what we've been trying to move to with this update is that kind of the bottom of the section that's relevant to that plan, it'll say, you know, the arts and culture plan is hereby adopted by reference.
I saw
would
that
be a
in one
policy.
place.
Mhm.
So, yeah, because in the past, like in the last couple of years, when I go to the comp plan and I think I'm going to find all of those plans that are adopted by reference, I don't find them. You know, they're off in some other netherworld.
Yeah, I think it would be a really good
Find in the
improvement to
comp
have
plan.
them actually be on
Yeah.
the website as a part of,
Yeah.
you know, there'll be a link
And
to
you'll-
it there.
Maybe you
another-
can find a resolution that the council did adopt it, but you don't find it in the comp plan that says it was adopted. So, okay,
So
I'm glad
Allison, maybe
cleared up.
just make sure that it has been added. I know that was the intent, like in whatever that section is. And then another thing to consider is, do we create an index or a reference section at the end that is just a catalog of all of the documents that have been referenced? And that way there's just like a single catalog of like, here are all the references. This is the page number, the section number that they're referenced in or from, and then the link to the reference itself. That way there's a single place where someone could go and look at all the reference documents, but then they can also be tagged in individual.
Yeah, we can figure out a way to make that more user-friendly for sure. I think at a minimum, the place where the comp plan lives on our website, there's this MuniDoc. There's a web system that allows us to have like a document library essentially as a part of that. And so I think we should be able to build links to all of those documents that would be easy to find on the website.
And I
Nice.
recommend having the table of contents, perhaps, if this is possible for the comp plan, include those, you know,
Mhm.
parts of the comp plan. Possible.
Commissioner Curry, I saw you had your hand up. Did you have
It was just my own lack of knowledge around the phrase adopted here by reference. That's all. So, and I think you did I think I caught on to what it is based on your explanation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing, I'll just add, the good thing about adopting a plan by reference is that it's a dynamic reference so that if the bike and ped plan is updated every 8 years or however often, we don't need to amend the comp plan to refer to it. It will just always refer to the most recent version.
cool?
Good.
Carolina, was that all the
That's it.
things here? I'll just open it up. Does anybody else have anything that was missed or that they want to bring back to the table related to the land use stuff? Okay. Thank you, everyone. We'll definitely get another crack at this. Allison, it sounds like you may bring this back for at least one more go through before we get
Yeah,
to
it
public
sounds like we need
hearing.
another at least kind of brief go through of a few of these. I'm going to have to take a look at kind of the schedule and everything we've got coming up, including how long I think the docket conversation will take to decide if I think it's likely we'll need to wait until November to bring this back to you all, just so we have adequate time for the docket in October. But we'll get that sorted and let you guys know how the agendas shape up.
And if we're going to end up bringing the land use element back before we go to the public hearing draft, I might suggest, I know there was a lot of discussion around the natural water courses language that Mike was proposing. So I don't know, Mike, if you want to get together with the staff and just, I think there was some question around the clarity of the, like, what the impact of that would be and whatnot. And maybe if you guys come to some better way of articulating all of that, we can bring it back for discussion at that meeting before we go to the public hearing.
Yeah, happy to talk offline.
Cool. Good. Good. All right. Well, with that, we're on to our last few things. Allison, do you have anything for the deputy director's report?
I do. I'll try to keep it as quick as I can. First, exciting news. The city is going to be moving to doing true hybrid meetings for boards and commissions. So for our October meeting, we will be offering an in-person option for commissioners to attend at City Hall. It's going to work similar to how the city council meetings have been running the last several months if you've watched them. The folks that want to participate in person will be in the council chambers at City Hall, and we'll have the fancy video cameras capturing everyone. You'll also still have the option to join via Zoom. I think the staff will be kind of a mix. We'll have 1 or 2 people at City Hall and 1 or 2 people joining online. And then the public could join in either location as well. So I think maybe, I don't know if folks know right away, but if you're interested in joining in person, if you could give me some indication, that would be helpful, just so we know how many people to plan for. And feel free to email me too. That's fine.
Victor and I are going to order pizza. We'll be hanging out.
Awesome.
Make it a big pizza.
And then I've also noticed that our November and December regular meeting dates fall very, very close to a couple of holidays. And I would like to suggest that we consider rescheduling those meetings. I'm looking at a couple different options. We kind of set the second Wednesday as an alternate date to our regular meetings if we ever needed to schedule additional meetings or reschedule. So that would leave us with November 9th or December 14th for potential dates. I think we could also look at if our schedule would allow us to maybe cancel one of those and consolidate down to one meeting. I noticed there's also a 5th Wednesday in November, November 30th. So I'm kind of looking at those 3 dates, November 9, November 30, and December 14. If anyone is aware of a major conflict for one of those dates right now, please let me know. Otherwise, maybe we'll look at kind of what we need to get through the rest of this year and make a decision on whether we need 1 or 2 meetings, and then I can send out a poll or something just to save time now.
Possibly my brain is too scrambled to get what I'm hearing, but did you say we were talking about a meeting on November 9th and November 30th and December something?
I think we would have 1 or 2 meetings on some combination of those nights. We would not have 3 meetings.
Oh, what was the December one?
December 14th.
14th. And when's our October meeting?
October 26th.
October 26th. Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so
I do not have any conflicts.
Okay.
I was just going to say, and the main conflict here is our regularly scheduled November meeting would be the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So like Thanksgiving Eve, and then the regular December meeting would be the 28th, if I remember, which is like only a couple days after Christmas, if you celebrate that, or a couple of days before New Year's. Either way, like that week generally is just not great for people with vacation. So
yeah, I know everybody's kids are out of school and a lot of people travel. So
the dates that you mentioned for me so far are pretty good, but the sooner you tell me which ones they are, the better.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Adam's going to be back on Tuesday. We'll put our heads together and figure out what we think makes the most sense for the remaining things we need to get through this year, and we'll let you guys know as soon as we can. The final thing I was going to mention, I think I already said, the docket is wrapping, the open period for the docket submissions is wrapping up. The last day to submit items for the docket is Saturday, October 1st. And then we will be bringing back all the submittals for the Planning Commission's review at the October 26th meeting. I know of 1 so far coming in from the public. I don't know, there might be a few others sneaking in at the last minute. And we've got several coming from the staff as well. So we'll be consolidating those all together into a big summary. And I don't know, our past couple of years, we've had very long, detailed conversations about them. So looking forward to that.
When and where was the docket open announced? I missed it. I didn't even see it.
It goes in the newspaper, it goes on our website. We actually created a Let's Talk page for it this year to make all the materials a little easier to see, find, access.
But not in like city news, for example.
Yeah, I don't know if it went out in the MI Weekly.
Because last
it may
year
not
they
have.
put it in there.
Yeah.
Okay. These other
Adam,
places
did you have a question,
go
Adam?
looking for it. So that's a little hard to find.
This may be a newbie question, but can you explain to me what the docket is?
Good question. Good question.
I was gonna get there after she went through all the.
Okay. It's like
You've probably surmised that it's kind of a big deal. So
Yep.
the docket is the annual opportunity for people to suggest or apply for amendments to the comprehensive plan or the development code. So anyone in the public can bring forward ideas or specific applications to amend the code or the comp plan. These can be anything from something like specific to a property or a project that someone is looking to do, or something more citywide. Like, one last year Carolyn brought forward was we should do something about noisy leaf blowers. So, it's really a mix from really specific things to really broad things.
And
Okay.
the process there, Adam, just to go a click deeper, we'll do a first review. There's a certain criteria that have to be met and evaluated as to whether or not it actually qualifies for consideration. And then from that, we'll look at resourcing, like how much time do we have available to cover what do we think we could cover? And then we suggest a slate of items to the council that says, if 20 things are submitted, we say all the other things have been considered. These are the 8 that we think should be considered and time should be spent on. The council will then review that. Usually they'll go and look at the ones that we've potentially not included on that list. And then they actually have the final determination. Will send back to us the finalized list, which impacts staffing and the work that they have to do and our schedule and all of that. So it's a big part of defining what our work plan for next year will be.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, so every amendment that's docketed, we are required to review, and the review includes planning commission meeting, public hearing, you make a recommendation, and the city council also has at least 2 readings on any ordinances that go forward. So it's a pretty extensive review process, and every item that's docketed goes through the same process.
And this
Allison, what's the deadline again?
It's October 1st, which is a Saturday.
And Adam, this is just for your additional knowledge. Like, it's worth noting, especially if there are people from the public that are listening to this, like this is a statutory process and requirement that the state mandates. So that's why there's some formality to it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Allison. Any other updates on that end?
That was it for me. Thank you.
So we just talked about future meetings, absences. Allison, it sounds like you're going to send out a list of the proposed dates based on this, how much time staff needs for some of the preparations and etc. So if you can just reply to that with what your potential absences might be and availability. Beyond that, does anyone else have any announcements or communications to share with the group? All right. Hearing none, thank you all very much. This was a great discussion. I look forward to bringing this all back again here in the next couple of months to finalize a few pieces before we take this to a public hearing. And with that, our next meeting as it stands is scheduled for October the 26th. I think is what you said, Allison.
That's correct.
And So with that, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, if you could please stay online until Deb turns off the meeting. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Bye, guys.